I'm here. I made it online. I think I have been waiting to get to this point now for quite a long time. So here I am. Hello, everyone, whoever's watching live, whoever is going to hopefully pop on later on, see a replay and all that kind of stuff. I'm so really grateful for anyone who is watching. And of course, I'm going to say this now, I'm also going to be absolutely incredibly grateful for everyone who's going to be coming on with me and having a chat today. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes, which some of you will see a bit later on. But first of all, I think there's only one way to really start any live or any conversation when we're in this country, and that's to say, what happened today with the weather, everyone? What happened? I can't not do it. I'm British. We have to have that comment about the weather before we get too far in. I today went and did the school run by choice because I was so freezing cold. I wanted to put the heater on in the car and turn it right up because I was absolutely freezing. And anyone who personally knows me, friends, family, all that kind of stuff, they will know that I'm one of those people that doesn't actually like long sleeves or jumpers, and I'm wearing one now because I'm still cold in here, and so it's really unlike me. Anyway, I don't know what's going on with it today. My poor builder's disappeared on me as well. So now we've got the weather out of the way, as we have to do. I've got about half an hour with you here to start off today, having the talk live. And in this half an hour, I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about what we've got coming up. And I'm also going to be talking to you about me. I think that's only important because the reason that I'm here and the main reason that I'm actually doing this talk and this summit today and having everyone come in and have a chat with me is because I'm launching a product. And I think most of the time we always do this kind of thing when we're doing it. And I'm going to talk to you a bit more about that a bit later on, but I'm giving you a heads up right now that yes, I'm going to be launching a product at about 8 o'clock in the program because I am here with you for 5 hours today. So my tummy is probably going to be seriously growling by the end of it. I have got my water here. I think I'm prepped for it. But please, if any of you are watching on Facebook, I have streamed to Facebook. We hope it's streaming to Facebook. And if you're on there, please do say hi, drop me a message. Hopefully it'll come from the side. Remember to let StreamYard know that you are watching, so that you can comment. I won't be showing anyone's comments on the screens because if we haven't gathered about who I am to begin with, then I suppose one of the really important things might be to do is probably introduce myself. So those of you who don't know me, so my name's Jessica and my business is Sexercise, and I'm here to do Having the Talk live. And so we are going to be having some adult themes over the next 5 hours. We're going to be talking about all adult themes over the next 5 hours because this is what I'm all about. So, So as I said, right, what's going on? So I've got lots of people coming in to have a chat and to give you a bit of an idea. I have got my notes to the side ready for me already. So, right, first of all, and I apologise, when I'm nervous, I might speed up my talking. So I will try and make sure I bring it down a little bit. So in about 25 minutes, we will be joined by Anne, and she will be talking relationships. So that'll be a nice, easy topic to get us working into the conversation. Then Amelia will be joining us half an hour after that, and she will be talking about sacred sexuality. Then we're going to have me. I'm going to be popping back in. You have to see my face again, quite a lot, I think, actually, today. And I'm going to be talking about desire. because it's my favorite topic to talk about. So why not share some love on that one? At 7 o'clock, I'm going to be showing you a video that I recorded this morning. And if you don't want to miss anything that might be a little bit hilarious, that will be me exercising from this morning with my good friend and PT, Lucy. So that'll be at 7 o'clock. 7:30, I will be joined by Roberta, who is a physiotherapist, and we're going to be having a chat about pelvic floor and Kegels. At 8 o'clock, Julie, and we'll be discussing sexual identities and normality, being normal. And then 8:30, I am going to just talk a little bit about what my membership program is, what it's all about, show you a little bit behind the scenes of what I've been doing, and I will also be opening up in case anyone wants to jump in. And so that'll be a sneak peek, and also hopefully we will have a bit of time there, allow for me a bit of overlap, and also for a wee break. That'll be all right. Have a bit of a wee break. And then 9 o'clock, we've gone past the watershed a little bit there. So we are going to be talking to Sarah about orgasm. So that will be a really exciting conversation. And last but not means, absolutely least, we're going to be talking to Kira, and she is going to be discussing trauma and relationships, another really important and vital topic. So before I go really into anything else, I think what's really important, and one of the things that's really important to me, and why I'm here and why I'm doing this talk and the work that I do, is because I feel really, really passionate about talking about taboo subjects such as sex and relationships and things that we don't talk about enough, because talking about it can make a real difference. And I thought it'd be really interesting, so if you don't know me or you haven't met me yet, about actually saying, giving you a little bit about my story and how I got here. So I'm gonna now try the technology and see if it actually works. So we're just gonna add to the stream. Look at this picture. Oh, yay, some pictures of me. So this is me, and the journey is important. So as I said, my name is Jessica. I am a sex educator. I talk about desire and intimacy a lot, and what I'm here really to do is to break the taboo and have open conversations. And why I want to do this is because it makes a really big difference, and the journey is really important. So I came from a absolutely normal family unit. I was brought up by the traditional 2.4 with pretty open conversations and communications with my parents and things like that. But but I have had sex. So that, by the way, I'm just going to pre-warn you here. One of my passions is actually to be open and honest about my own sex life and my own sexuality, because, people can't do that. I'm in a position to be able to do that and to be able to be here so that people can realize that perhaps it's okay, at least to not admit things to ourselves, but to really kind of think about things for ourselves. So I'm here and I will talk about it. So my journey started mainly because I was always really curious about sex and relationships. And nothing obviously ever come of it. I've been married since I was 22. I've been with my husband since I was 17. So it's been a really long relationship. So, and yes, I have only had sex with one man in my entire life. But, I found myself from that, and let's get it wrong. I wouldn't be wrong here. It was, it was good. It was good sex, but you don't really know what you're missing until you really talk about it. So about 4 years ago now, I met, and I will mention her. Her name's Carol Graham. Her business is the North Hampshire Clinic. She is a really dear friend. mentor, person who I can shout and help all the time. And I started working with her as a consultancy work, because back in the day when I actually came from law, and then I moved on to website design and a bit of marketing. And I met Carol and I was helping her out with some of these topics. So she's a psychosexual therapist, and she wanted a new website and a new look and some, maybe some new input and things like that. But what happened was I got in with her and I decided I wanted to learn a little bit about her business and what was going on. And before I realized it, I was literally in this wrapped space where all that was happening was me, asking, okay, but what about this? How does this work? How does this work? How does this work? How does this work? And before I realized it, it's like all this information, all these things I realized that I was missing, that we just haven't been taught, that we are, vitally missing from our education. Not only from our schooling education, but even from, say, our caregivers' education, because, we're passing these messages on from generation to generation. And when they're incorrect, maybe archaic, and when we're talking about a taboo subject, you have to really break the cycle to actually get people to open up and make a change, which is why I'm here. So this is what Carol actually did for me. She broke my cycle, my cycle of being that I was married, I've got 2 kids, a mortgage. I did everything in the order that you're supposed to do it in. And I did all this. And and she broke my cycle by saying, asking me questions, what do you know about this? Do you know about this? This education? And I hold my hand up. I actually said this to someone just recently when I was being interviewed for something. And I said to her, yeah, I didn't know what the clitoris looked like until I was 34 years old. 34 years old before I knew what a body part that I've been walking around with for that point, obviously 34 years, I did not know what it looked like. I didn't know how much of it was below the surface, the iceberg analogy that it is, and how important it is. I knew it felt great, and obviously, used it during sex, stimulated during sex, doing masturbation, but I really didn't know the importance of it and really how to really incorporate it more. And because of that, I also didn't know, other things then became really apparent, like having these open communications with my husband. And this is what happened. This is why I think it's so important, not only the education, but the communication around this. So people obviously come to me sometimes and say, oh, you do sex. Is this what you do? Are you, are we going to be talking about positions all the time? Are we going to be talking about porn all the time? And absolutely, there's elements of that I talk about, that we can talk about, and all that kind of stuff. But really, it's about how we work, how our minds work, especially for women, how our minds work when it comes to sex. So going back to that, I was bringing home all this amazing and incredible information, these new things I learned, like about the clitoris and about many other things. And I was bringing them back to my husband, drip feeding, not on purpose. It's just as I learned them, I would be drip feeding them into conversation. And then from there, basically things started to change without me even really noticing them at first. I talk a bit about desire and what my turn-ons were like, and we might have a bit more of a deeper conversation about a particular topic, about maybe watching some porn together. I talked more openly about masturbation and things like that with him. And it was a real turning point. And the reason that I say, and the reason I've put up there on the screen where you can see here that the journey is important, is because I very much believe and feel that it is a journey. It's a journey where we go from A to B to C, and we go down the line, and it's a journey from birth to death, sex is a big part of our lives. But there's many sexologists in the field who will say, sex is not, we are born with, the ability to have sex. Most of us actually are born with all the genitals and the parts to, have sex. But that doesn't mean that we know how to have sex. It's partly education and it's partly life experience that gets us from these A to B to C. And we do that from birth all the way to death. This is a complete journey where you can learn new things all the time, try new things all the time. And it's okay to have, to be only vanilla. And it's okay to go and explore and have fantasies and desires and wants. And it's, and that's what's really important. And the fact that we're all in that same position. And because this subject is so taboo, it's quite a hard subject to hear about, to listen to, because we really don't talk about it. And I mean, I don't know about if you've seen it, but there's been adverts on the TV just recently in the last sort of year that have shown, particularly when it's like the parent conversations with having them with the kids, of them kind of doing this this embarrassment. So, not opening up to them, not having these conversations, and have a look at the Duracell advert from about a year ago. Google that on YouTube. I talk about that quite a lot, because it's it's about what messages and things that we're passing on and things like that. So I went through this entire journey of changing the way that I looked at sex, and it changed the way that my relationship worked. It changed the way that I've treated my children. It's changed how, I don't know if you're always talking about that whole, don't say no too much and all this kind of stuff. But, it's changed so much in my life, but it really hasn't changed in the sense of the way that I have sex. And by that, I don't mean that all of a sudden I'm running off and I'm, trying every other toy under the sun, or, going for the swingers lifestyle yet. No, but it does mean that I've got these things I'm open to. And the more I talk about it and the more, I'm open about it, interestingly, the more that the taboo kind of leaves us. And the more I can talk about it and open up and go through all these things and expand these boundaries, which is really, really important. So that's why I'm here. This is why I'm here. I've gone through this journey of being, open and things like that. And what it also really importantly did with me is, and I have conversations about this with a lot of people, I'm plus size. And, so people might look at me and kind of go, well, not saying not everyone, but we are stereotyping here. But I have had those experiences of like, I'm not really sure, should you be talking about sex? I mean, do you really have sex? Have you really found someone who would have sex with you? I've had the conversations around, you'd be really attractive if you are slimmer, because they come out, they are another stereotype that comes out. Unfortunately, body confidence is a massive conversation, which I'll touch on when I talk about desire. It's a massive conversation because body confidence really can have that impact on our sex lives. And it did with me. I had an issue with certain parts of my body that I did not like to be touched. And as I explored more about what that was and how my mind was really telling me that, and how I realized that my husband was not actually giving me any signs that there was any issues for him, it just made this massive, massive, massive difference. So I've gone through this huge journey over the last 4 or 5 years now, educating myself. And so I'm really here to pass on that education. I know that other people can't necessarily share and talk about it as much. And open up. And there's so many things that are relatable and related to sex that we, that we really should talk about and open up about and have conversations with. I mean, I think I've got this on my Instagram, and there's 52% of us, Brits, depending on what everyone's watching, Brits, we don't talk about sex even with our intimate partners. So that was a survey done of like 2,000 people, and 52% of them said that they didn't have open communications with their partners. And having those open communications is really, really important, because how will you ever be able to tell a partner something you like or something that you dislike during sex if you can't tell them what it is that you like or dislike? How do you open up and have those conversations? So there's some really sort of scary factors. And then you have those conversations. I mean, I know I'm partially going around in circles. I get passionate about all these different things, but my daughter is 10. So she's just going through some of the very first sex education at school. So she's coming home and obviously asking me these questions and following on from this, because I'm being able to give her a little bit more information. Sorry, I'm just realizing I'm flagging up everywhere on my screen. Sorry, everyone. There we go. Things are flagging on my screen. So she's bringing home these conversations, and it's really interesting what she's sharing and what she's asking. And I wonder how many people are going home and kind of saying, no, I'm not sure about having these conversations, or I won't be telling my mum that this is something we had a conversation about. But also, so far, the conversations and the things that's been going on are all about the body. So we still talk about a lot of the dangers. So she's talking to, well, today she came home and said that they put a video up and a film up of a woman giving birth. So she did come home and go, did you do that? Because it was disgusting. So we had to have a conversation about the fact of, yes, in a certain way, but you were C-section, but yes, but how it's not necessarily disgusting, and just because you're obviously new to it. And it was really interesting having these conversations that she'll come home and being able to see these parts of these things that are missing in the education. So it's really important that we are educated as parents, if you are a parent, to be able to follow on and talk about these things to them when they are ready to ask these questions. Or you are ready to maybe talk a little bit about it, and there's different books to do. And so there's loads of things that we can do, and why it's really, really important that sex is a topic that we can learn about, educate ourselves about, and everything under the sun around that. So that's mainly me about what's going on. I could talk about, where could I go? Where can we talk about? We've got 5 minutes until I did this. I was thinking earlier on, half an hour. Do I need half an hour to do a welcome and say hi to everyone? It'll be fine. We'll continue to wing it a little bit. But anyway, I'm going to check my notes. So I'm here for conversations and talking, and you can see me, and I'm going to continue these conversations all the time about different subjects. The reason I'm here is we're bringing these different subjects into the fact that how wide and varied these conversations really are. So it's not just a topic about sex. There's so much within sex that's really important topics, and we're breaking them all down. There's stress has a relationship to sex, relaxing, breathing, exercise, menopause, body confidence, media, all has a really big relation to sex. So yeah, big topics. I've just seen my first guest has just appeared down in the bottom of my thing. I was just like seeing, so I'm really excited. So what I'm checking my notes just to see what else I wanted to cover. So no, I think I'm pretty much there. Where did we, so I came from basically falling into the lap of a psychosexual therapist who taught me. And so I'm here now to give you this kind of education and conversation as well. And the more that we hopefully listen and hear and talk about things, the better. So I'm going to just if hopefully that my guest is here. Do you know what? We're gonna get on. Had enough of talking, enough of hearing about me. We are gonna get on to my first guest of this evening. So my first guest, I think it must have been about a year ago now. So let me just get rid of that. About a year ago now. And this is the first opportunity we've had to actually do something work related together. We've had lots of chats about things that we were going to do and talk about and things like that. But this is our first actual entry into the world of a bit of collaboration. So I'm really excited about that. She is a relationship coach. She has, so she's a speciality in, I'm just doing this so I'll make sure I get it right. She has a passion for helping people find and maintain great relationships and specializes in working with people who struggle to leave unhappy relationships or attract unhappy relationships. So I would love to welcome Anne to the stream. Let's put you next to me though. There we go.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi, Jessica.
How are you doing?
Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you. I just had a couple of issues with my laptop. For some reason, the camera wasn't working. I was like, it's typical technology. But I was like, I'm going to sign in on my phone anyway.
No, that's fine. Let me just, I have just put you on there. Cool. Have I lost you? We always knew this was going to happen. One piece of technology was always going to go a bit wrong. She dropped off. Hold, please, callers. Do you know what? Go with the flow, peeps. Go with the flow. Let's see if she comes back.
Hello?
Hello.
I kind of lost you there for a second. Hi. Sorry, hello. I kind of lost you there.
You're right.
Hi, back. Yes, sorry about that.
That's all right. As I said, technology, it's, go with the flow. Go with the flow. Exactly. I'm so pleased for you to come on here. As I mentioned a minute ago, we're this is the first opportunity for us actually to do something for other people to see and have a chat about. And so I would love it if you want to basically introduce yourself and a bit more about what you do.
Yeah, sure. Well, first I want to say thank you, Jessica, for letting me be a part of this. I know it's your baby and it's the first summit as well, so really exciting and congratulations. And thank you for inviting me to be a part of it. I feel privileged. So just to introduce myself, as Jessica has said, I'm a relationship coach. I'm also the founder of Anne Halgren Coaching, and I am a board member of Tavistock Relationship, which is one of the UK's most well-known and prestigious couples counseling institutes. So the way I work is I mainly work with women who are ambitious self-starters, who are basically fed up of going from one dysfunctional relationship to another and are looking to break that pattern and start attracting and maintaining happy, healthy relationships with people that are just right for them. And I want to do this without going through sleazy or overhyped dating coaching and dating advice and so on. So my program is basically about trying to cut out the fluff and put together something through my own life experiences and also through my educational background and coaching and so on. So yes, that's a little bit about me, and I can come back to the program after the end of this, if you like. If it's just anyone who wants to know a little bit more about how I work, I'm sure we can share the details as well onto links, and I can tell you where to find me if that's of interest to you.
Yep, absolutely. Yes, I didn't mention it actually to begin with for everyone that the idea of this is we are sharing and talking about everyone's different subjects. And yes, everyone's links will be made available both on Facebook, whether it's this evening or tomorrow at least. But again, be able to post and find everyone that we'll be speaking to. So absolutely, anything you've got to share, we'd love to hear about it and what you're up to. So I think we were going to have a bit of a conversation. I kind of started when I was talking about it, about communication, weren't we? I think because it's important for sex and relationships. They all mingle together, don't they? So Yeah.
Exactly. You can't really have good sex or a good relationship without good communication. So, given that communication is one of the areas that I specialize in when in my program, I thought, I'll contribute a little bit more on that topic. So, as you've just mentioned, Jessica, communication is really the kind of groundwork of any good relationship. And it begins. Believe that it begins with you as a person. I think too many times we put the ownership of communication on other people rather than on ourselves. So
Absolutely.
there's four, yeah. So there's four key areas that I wanted to talk about. Feel free to hop in with any questions or anything.
Yeah.
So the first one is identifying and expressing your feelings. So, a lot of the times we use the word I feel without actually referring to an emotion or referring to an actual feeling. Um, and I think it's really important in relationships, whether you're in a relationship or not, but even for your own self, to identify what exactly is going on within you and how do you express those feelings, those emotions as effectively as possible.
Mhm.
So rather than just and being mindful about how you use them. So not being confrontational about how you express your feelings, not being judgmental about how you express your feelings. Every time you get into a conversation with someone and it carries tonations of judgment or confrontation, automatically the other person just goes, whoop, I've stopped listening. I'm now listening to respond rather than listening to understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But when we and it's kind of human nature, right? You either go on defense or attack mode if you
Yeah.
feel like, yeah,
I mean, I think so. That's just like literally draw me straight into. So I still have many disagreements with my husband, and actually, we can get to a point where the only thing that's coming out is actually only frustration. It's not even a real conversation anymore. It's just a lot of frustration. You're right. You don't end up really listening to each other actually until you've kind of got that calm kind of back again. And it's like really important because you can go way off course, can't you? Like way off
yeah.
course with what you're really trying to say or mean.
Exactly, because at some point when you started that conversation with like the tension, the judgment, the confrontation, there is no way anyone is actively listening to what the other person is saying. You are
Yeah.
listening to get your foot in and be like, no, but this, no,
Yeah.
but that. And then you just go around in circles and circles. And we've all been there. We know what it looks like. It's just complete waste of time. And it's not really how you want to function when it comes to your relationship, obviously. So I speak to my clients about a way more effective way of doing that is identifying first for yourself what's going on within you and why is it being triggered within you. So is it about something that's it's triggering you because of you, or is it something that they have said? But again, it's triggering you. So kind of identifying that feeling within you first and then being able to express it without using non-confrontational words. So rather than going, every time you do X, Y, and Z, you make me feel like this. Just taking a bit more, and comes back actually to my next point is taking ownership for what you're feeling and taking responsibility for what you're feeling. So what I mean by this is, people go, "Oh, you make me feel like this and this," and really, no one can make you feel something. They
Yeah.
can say things, they can behave in a certain way. You actively, consciously or subconsciously decide how you're gonna take what is being said to you or the behavior that is being displayed to you.
I think that also goes back the other way as well. I think sometimes I perhaps even personally will try and put an emotion or a feeling, on Dan to, expecting him to feel like how I feel, and so, why aren't you upset by this? Is a one thing, why aren't you upset by this? It's like, do you get that quite a bit? Like having those, like pushing it, trying to pull an emotion out that doesn't exist.
Yeah. And it's like pulling out an emotion that doesn't exist, but what you're also doing is trying to trigger them as well, isn't it? It's like if you're not feeling that and I'm feeling this, why aren't you feeling that? So it's like they have the right to feel how they want to feel, despite the fact that it's the same exact situation. And so I'll give you an example about taking responsibility of the feeling. You can imagine if someone comes up to you in the supermarket and goes, "You know what, Jessica? Yeah, I think you're really shit, mom, because your child is out of control." And you'll be like, "Yeah, okay. Chances are it's not going to wind you up that much. You've just decided I'm not going to be triggered by it." But if your partner tells you that, you'd be like, "What?" You know? And it's a choice that you've made of how am I going to feel about what is said to me.
It's a really interesting like way of of way of like looking at that. Yeah, if someone else was to say exactly those same words to you, how do you feel? So you've got that different emotional connection to the stranger than you have to a partner, or yeah. Mm.
Yes. And I mean, granted, of course, with a partner, there's a bit more hurt and, a bit more uh, stick into such a comment. But needless to say, you still have the responsibility of how to react to whatever is being said to you. And that being said, it's also really important to own that responsibility when you're communicating something to your partner. So, um, if your husband, for example, and I get this, quite a bit, I just feel like he comes home and that this the argument starts like, oh, you're always working late, you're always working on the weekends, you're never home for me and the kids, and I just feel like you've checked out and you don't care about us anymore. Um, Rather than doing it that way, taking ownership and changing the narrative to when you're away from home and when you work so much and you're away from the family, I feel that we are not important to you. But it's not you make me feel, it's I feel. You take responsibility for like so you speak about what it is that's bothering you, but take responsibility for it rather than saying you make me feel.
Yeah.
You don't care about me. It's like, no, I feel. It's not you making me feel that way.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So like having that as a teaching point, I know it's definitely something that I do, and especially like in the heat of the moment. And I will openly say to people and having conversations that yes, you know what, even I go wrong in many different situations. You get that hype kind of going, and you just do it. And actually, I
Yeah,
think I can probably say a number of times when I've done exactly that, when I've kind of said, you don't want me. And I always get that kind of conversation back that's always very much like, stop putting words in my mouth, isn't it? If that's about that, what that is, that's what always comes out of it. Stop answering for me. I haven't said anything yet. So,
exactly. Exactly that. You've made assumptions based on his behavior or something that he said, but it's perhaps completely untrue to him. And then you've taken that and rather than seeing where is this coming from and taking responsibility for what's going on within you, you've then decided to project it onto him.
yeah.
And again, what are the chances that that conversation is going to go very well? Because again, there's that whole attack.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, yeah,
So when you're working with someone who perhaps comes to you with that kind of thing, that kind of question, I mean, how is it a habit that you have to kind of rebuild? Is it just some? Is it? So I talk a lot about the consciousness of our decisions, isn't it? Because we do a lot of
yeah,
things so unconsciously, and actually it's really important to start thinking about things before we go and do it, especially when it comes to relationships and sex. How do you go about helping clients with building that kind of confidence and to be more conscious of what they're doing?
you sure? So part of the work that I do, it's a 13-week program, and the communication aspect it takes part in 3 weeks. And one of the weeks that we specifically work with the client to give them the techniques and the tools, and we do the practicing of rephrasing, of rethinking, so it's done during the coaching session,
Yeah.
and it's done during the last bit where we're really now enforced the last part of the three of the so it's three communication sessions. So we do it on the last one. So once we've kind of dealt with all these other things that we cover, we're now going to be like, okay, let's focus on how to actually change the language that you use,
Mm.
and make it work for your benefit as opposed to something that is kind of stopping you from having a healthy relationship, from communicating your actual needs. So it's more of a practical workshop
Yeah.
in that sense. Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
amazing. So one of the things that I think is really important. I mean, I can't do it quite as well, like with the practical side of things. But
Yeah.
there's always needs to be. I always feel that practical element of any kind of coaching or education. We can obviously talk and talk and talk, which is a great way of starting. But actually going away and doing these things and building these healthier habits, of course, is really important, isn't it? Especially with the connections of building, long-term relationships, and going through life, because we change so much throughout our lives, that to be able to communicate those changes, those wants, those needs. I talk about it, I will talk about it when in the case of going, especially during my time of the month, during my period, there's different ways to communicate with me than there would be the rest of the month. And we can really go through these really short cycles. It's not about like year to year to 10 years, a decade down the line. I mean, do you, one thing that I think is really important, I don't know if people realize it if they come to you at this stage, but about how some of this work is actually can be done more proactively, rather than when the need comes about, but actually being proactive with these kind of things. So helping people, just as you say, like before they get into relationships, as much as it is in relationships. It's
Exactly. So what I'm doing is exactly that, is working with people. Most of the people I work with are single, they're not in a relationship. They've realized there's a pattern, or there's a behavior that they have that keeps getting them into the wrong kind of relationships again and again, and they want to break it. So they come to me and go, okay, I've got, clearly there's something that's my behavior that I'm not happy about anymore. And so it is exactly that. It's proactive. So that when they get into the new relationship, they know how to communicate better. They know how to get their needs, as you spoke about, their needs and their wants met as well, and communicate it in a non-aggressive and in a manner that is, speaks from like an authentic and hard perspective as well, which I think is really important. Being authentic about what you say, and that it's true to you, whether it might feel uncomfortable or not. And we work with that as well. Um, like self clarity and, owning your true self, confidence as well. So definitely something that we work with. And, talking about wants and needs, and I think that's a great one as well. And this actually brings me to one of the things that I thought would be interesting to discuss. In a relationship, we talk about wants and needs. And I think it's so important to distinguish the two, because your needs are something that is fundamental for you. It's literally like the break or make of a relationship. If your needs are not being met, you're not going to be happy. You're not going to be satisfied. You're not going to feel joy. You're not going to feel excitement, or you're not going to have intimacy, security, and whatever it else is important to you, because it's a need that's not being met. For me, the difference with and actually needs not being met also leads to a lot of conflicts, a lot of anger, resentment, because deep inside you, as human beings, we need our needs to be met, whether it's a need for food, sleep, and so on. Like, I look at it as fundamental issues. And so I really work with my clients to distinguish what is a need versus a want for you. Because I think wants you can negotiate more on, while needs is not something you really want to negotiate on, because if you do, chances are you're not going to be happy in that relationship.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, when
and
you
it's
think about needs, well, sorry, I just interrupt you then. I was just thinking about
sure,
that. Like, if you were to, obviously have that conversation, I was thinking with me about these wants and needs. I'm not, like, off the top of my head, my brain kind of says to me there isn't actually many needs. I think does that kind of, is that normal? I mean, I was trying to think about then as you were saying that, like, what do I need and what do I actually want? My needs aren't anywhere near what I will talk about, what I want to do all the time, what I want from him and what I want from my life. My
yeah.
needs are that much less. And so do we put too much on our wants when it comes to those things in partner relationships? Or can we still say they are still really important? We just have to focus the right way.
I think a good way of identifying, and that's a really good question, is like, how my wants and my needs, and my, I think a really good way of answering that is by first of all identifying what's important to you authentically. So outside of the relationship, what's important to you as a human being? Is it trust? Is it, you know, uh, joy? Is it security? And just make a list, take a moment by yourself to think, what are the things that I really value in my life, even if it's not to do with my relationship. And you'll find it's similar across most of your relationships. So whether it's your relationship with your partner or with your friends, so if you value honesty, you'll want it just as much in your partner as with your friends.
Yeah.
If you think that is a really important quality to have. So those are things, and again, see how you react with a lack of honesty. See how you react if a friend is not honest with you. Are you like, you know what, I don't really want to be involved in this relationship anymore? Like, does it really like punch you in the gut, or is it more like, okay, whatever, no biggie. And then if it's a no biggie, then probably the chances are it's not a need for you.
Yeah.
And the only way to really identify that is by doing the self clarity work and asking yourself, just thinking, sitting down, writing a whole list of values, beliefs um, that you identify with and that come up quite strong for you. And then highlight the ones that you think, what can I really not live without? What do I really not want to live without?
Mm. Yeah.
And those are the ones that are likely going to be your needs versus wants. What,
One.
like, you think about it, is if you get into a relationship, what are you absolutely not going to negotiate on?
Yeah.
And it differs from person to person, right? So some people, um, faithfulness is not a big issue, and for others it is. So, or and or even how ambitious the other person is. For some people, like, if the person is not ambitious, I have no interest in them whatsoever. In fact, that will
With,
repulse me. So that again is probably coming across as a need, that you want someone who's ambitious
so can
as
can
opposed
you
to a
change?
want.
Yeah, can you it's not change other people, but in the sense of, change your own needs. Like if you're in a long-term relationship, say like me, I mean, I've been, with my husband for now 20, I don't know, I've lost count. We've got to that point. And obviously if there's something there that's kind of sitting there that's always been kind of on the fence, can you change your needs, or do you think that they're kind of ingrained into you? Once they're in, they're in.
I think you can change your needs with time. I don't think it's something that changes overnight. Like, oh, I needed this, and then suddenly overnight I don't need it. I think just like we develop as grown-ups, as adults, um, perhaps my needs in my 20s is not going to be my needs in my 30s as a mother.
Mm.
So it can change with your life circumstances, with what stage you are in life, what's going on, age, and so on. Definitely, it does. I think it can evolve and it can change. Things that you valued perhaps when you were younger and you really thought you needed, perhaps no longer that important to you, willing to compromise on those things. And other things that you didn't really value in your 20s, you know for sure that you're not going to compromise on that. Perhaps the older you get, you'll value
Yeah.
security more than you did in your 20s.
So that's where it kind of drums in, but goes on talking more about the way how it's so important to be able to have these communication skills, because we are going to have those changes throughout our lives and the different wants and needs, and to be able to not only identify them in ourselves, but also to be able to have those conversations. I'm guessing not even with our partners. I find a lot of the stuff I can do can have really ongoing effect in every other area of life as well. So is it the same, that you'll have, it'll be with friends or family, it all kind of merges in together when you actually really look at yourself, isn't it? When you take some time on you, you can really make a change in so many different areas. So
Exactly, exactly. It's such a knock-on effect with these things in all areas of your life, and you see it in your business, in your career, in your relationships, and again, not just with your partners you mentioned. So definitely something common, like a ripple effect that happens for sure.
yeah.
Talking about, like, even when we talk about needs with clients, just something that's just popped up as well, is the ability to communicate your needs in a way, again, that is effective and clear. So rather than going, oh, you just never understand me, which is probably, something a lot of people say. I think what is more effective is to say, um, basically what they're telling you is their need for being understood is not met. So what is more effective to say is, when you behave like X, Y, and Z, you make me, you make me, I feel misunderstood. So again, taking that ownership and communicating your needs in a way as well that is done in an effective manner. But you need to communicate it. So many times I've I come across situations where, like, what he should have known. He should have known by now. We've
I
been together for X amount of years. How do they not know? It's like, no, stop assuming that they know your needs, because when you say you just don't understand me, unless they have the experience of kind of reading through the lines and so on, they're just reading, you don't understand me, and they're just reading that's not true, as opposed to what the person is actually saying is, I have a need for being understood and it's not being met.
yeah. I love that. I must admit, I love that, because I think I've mentioned that to a few people before as well. I think I've even done some posts on it. When you're talking about that, how if you like a certain position, or even don't like, in bed, or a certain touch or a certain way, and I know that I've done it. This is where some of my journey's changed. I know that I've done the whole, if he loved me, he would know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he know? He's not psychic. He doesn't have any of these, he can't read my mind. But there is something there, isn't there? Where do you think that comes from? Where does that kind of thing of kind of expecting, we kind of expect everyone to know about, or what everything we're feeling at the same time, don't we? There's that. It seems to be ingrained. I know it's ingrained in me, and I don't know where that came from, to be honest.
I think it's ingrained in a lot of people, to be honest, especially when you're talking about people in relationships that they've been in relationship for a long time. There's the assumption that you should know me by
Yeah.
now. It's like the same ways it can trigger off, like, you put 2 spoons of sugar in my coffee instead of one. You should
Mhm.
know this by now. I know we're talking about a different level, but there's the assumption that if we've been together for long enough,
Yeah.
you should know me. And it's just that assumption again that just kind of breaks down the whole communication when people start using should and shouldn't. And rather than just clearly communicate, I have a need to feel appreciated. If you do the dishes more often, it will make me feel appreciated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the way it's received on the other end is way better than, you never do the dishes, I'm always doing the dishes. It's not exactly going to make them want to run to the kitchen and do the dishes.
No. No.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Definitely. No.
Yeah.
Was there a third? I keep thinking, there was a
Yes.
third? Yeah.
Yes. There was yes. There was a. The fourth one was listening with empathy, and I think this is like one of the biggest gifts you can give your relationship. And I say this because this kind of ties back with what we've been talking about. Where we talk, you start an argument, or you start a conversation, and you're not really listening. You're just listening to reply, even if it's not argumentative just yet, but you're just listening to reply, and therefore you're not fully listening. And just having a bit more empathy uh, during the conversation, just being able to keep quiet, not respond as hard as it might be sometimes, but just let the person air out whatever it is that's going on for them inside, and giving them that space to feel safe enough to be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
It creates such intimacy in relationships when people are able to listen to each other empathically, give each other that ability to feel vulnerable and feel safe without feeling like their ideas or their whatever they're saying is being shot down by the other person or being criticized by the other person.
I think it's
So
very
that's
easy.
also another crucial.
Yeah, it's very easy to. I think it's very easy to judge. We'll talk. I talk a lot about fantasies. That can be a really big topic to try and open up with. With a partner. because we've already made that assumption. Unfortunately, we will be judged, but it is true. We have got these kind of ideals already sort of stuck in us about these things that we will be judged on. It's really hard to talk, and you're right. Regardless of what party it is, that one person talking, one person listening is like really valuable. I can even say that. I've had many times when I've either not listened, but also I don't know how you think about this, but I always talk about how you have to be really mindful of the way that some people around you communicate. So not necessarily change the way you do, but be mindful of what they do. So I'll have a conversation and I can come up with things really quickly. I will come up, if I'm moody or if I'm stressed about something, it comes really quickly. When Dan does not come really quickly, like I can literally stop, go say, what do you think? And I can wait. I've timed it. I can wait an hour before he can process it, before he can really, because he doesn't want to say it wrong. And that's what he says. He doesn't want to go wrong. And I think it's a really interesting mindset to kind of look at, like how I can communicate. Like he'll say something and I can come right back on it. He can take an hour before he can go, right, I think I've got it. Like, I mean, I don't, how do you, I mean, obviously I'm now used to that in, and from work that I've done, I've got that in my head to leave him to process, though it's my place, I mean, how do you, does it happen often? Is that like something that crops up with people, of how that passing communication works, like together?
Yeah, and one of the things actually that we go through, it's a really good point, is looking at your own um, personality communication style and seeing that. And so you get to learn a bit more about yourself. Like, how do I want to be communicated to? How does my partner want to be communicated to? Because it's not necessarily the same way. So, like you're saying, you're just like, I want to respond. I've got a response to give you. And he's like, no, I just want to process it and get it right. And everyone's different. There's no right or wrong way of doing that. It's just understanding what is necessarily right for you is not right for your partner. So there's little exercises that we do during the coaching sessions where you get deeper insight into yourself and get deeper insight into into your partner, and then seeing how you can match that to be able to effectively communicate as effectively as possible, but also learning what will trigger the other person and avoiding it.
Yeah.
Because I think that's also, and that sometimes you trigger people without even having any idea it's triggering them because you haven't taken the time to just stop and ask yourself, okay, is this the way this person wants to be communicated to? Is this the way this person wants to communicate? A lot of people say, oh, treat people the way you want to be treated. And I'm always going around saying, no, treat them the way they want to be treated, not the way you want to be treated if you want to get the most out of the whole
Yeah.
relationship and the conversation. And it brings me back to, I don't know if I'm sure you've come across this, Jessica, The Five Languages of Love by Gary Chapman. A fantastic tool.
Oh,
yeah, recommend it. Highly recommend it to anyone who's not done it. Just go in to the website and you can do the test for free and get your partner to do it. It's so insightful, and it's just a good way to understand how your partner wants to be loved and how your partner shows love.
See, that's really interesting, isn't it? Like when you look at different ways, as you say, that you can have like two completely different ways that you need to have and be shown that kind of attention. And as you're brought up, that kind of like changes in different relationships. Surely as well, in different relationships, you might have different needs. So going in and also saying that this is my one need, a dynamic will change throughout your life and through your relationships as well. It's fascinating like stuff. So we're nearly on 6 o'clock. Do you want to tell us, go into a little bit more detail about your what your course is, what your offerings are, and how you can help anyone? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I think I mentioned it before. It's a 13-week program, and there are 4 key areas that we go through. The first one is confidence, and it looking at your limiting beliefs, your self-worth, and making sure that you are getting rid of your limiting beliefs and starting to perform and show up at your highest self possible. Way too many times, the reason people create a pattern of unhealthy dating is because they have not dealt with issues around their self worth. And therefore, they keep settling for people who are just not not only not right for them, but quite frankly can be very dysfunctional at times as well.
Mhm.
The second thing that we look at is clarity, and this is self clarity. It's really important to understand yourself if you're going to be able to attract someone that is suitable for you. It starts with understanding what are your authentic needs, your values, and so on, um, and then understanding what do I need from my partner as well. So we help you identify that as well during the program. The third thing that we look at is communication. So not just how you communicate with others, like we've been doing here, but also how do you communicate with yourself? What are you saying about yourself that is then going on to affect your confidence and so on? And the circle then continues if you haven't dealt with communicating with yourself as well.
Mhm.
And then finally, we look at change. I wanted to create a program where it's not just modules and coaching, but I want to see real mindset shifts, real mindset changes that will make sure that you put into practice, you take bold action and put into practice what we've gone through during the coaching sessions. So yes, so there's the four key modules. It's over a 13-week period. If anyone would like to know more about it or would want a free consultation, I offer 20-minute free consultations. Would love to hear from you. And yeah, and you can contact me on Anne Helgren Coaching on Facebook, or on LinkedIn or Instagram. It's all Anne Helgren Coaching, or just Anne Helgren. I'm sure you'll find me as well on Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram.
Brilliant. And I will also be putting your links in on Facebook posts and various things on my newsletter in the coming few days as well. So they will be able to go out for people to be able to access. So, Anne, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for being my first guest. I said to say I was really excited, and you were already top of my list as soon as I knew I was going to do this. So I was just like, I'm having Anne on. I'm having her pride of place. She's going first. We're going to have a really nice conversation. So I'm so pleased that you came on, and thank you so much for your time. And I'm really excited because obviously, for anyone know, we some of the idea of this is obviously that the speakers that I'm coming to chat with today are going to be part of the deeper membership program that I'm doing. And, in there and going perhaps a little bit deeper on one of those topics, we are going to talk about what that might be, to obviously give insight and give some actions there. And as for always, there will always be your contact details and things in there as well for everyone. So thank you so much for your time, and I will talk to you and see you very soon. See you later.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Jessica. I look forward to listening to the rest of the summit. Thank you.
See you later. Bye.
See you later. Bye.
So that was the first of my speakers. So excited to have Anne on with me. I'm so very grateful to people who are coming on. I can see that my next speaker is down there and ready to go. So I am just going to flag up. I wrote myself little intros for everyone to make sure that I got it all right. Didn't get myself all mixed up. So what is sacred sexuality and healing? So my next guest is going to chat with us a bit about the work that she does in this field. And one of the things I love about talking about this is anyone who knows me, this is all about sex and sex work and relationships, but actually it's a really varied, it's so varied in nature of like how we approach these kind of topics. So I'm also going to hold my hand up to actually a lot of the stuff that we're about to talk about is even new to me. So I would like to welcome up onto the screen Amelia. Let's add you in. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm a little bit hot.
There was a lot of running going.
That, and I can't turn the heating down, so I am a little bit hot, but I'm really excited to be here. Thank you so much. This is my
that's all right. You're hot.
I'm quite bright as well because I've got my new lights.
Yes, you got your new light. I've left my lights. I left my light with a friend earlier on. I completely forgot I left it there. So I've had to turn all my lights on, hoping that it's making me a little bit red, but it'll be fine. So thank you. So I know, just go with the flow. So thank you so much, for joining me today and coming on, because I know we are have only chatted and known each other for quite a short period of time, about a month, I think, was probably around the first time that we had a chat with each other. And we were talking about it, and as soon as we started chatting, I was like, right, yeah, come, let's have a chat and share this with a wider audience and things like that. So please do, let's start with, you want to introduce yourself and a little bit about what we're going to talk about.
Oh, I think it just paused. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Hi, my name's Amelia. I'm a sacred sexual healer based in London, and I work with clients to help them to reconnect with their sexual energy, intimacy, connection with themselves first and foremost, and then with a partner, because it all starts with your relationship to yourself. So I do a lot of work around embodiment and really coming home to your sacred vessel, this amazing gift you've been given to, well, not you haven't been given, but you come into this world with this body, and from almost the moment we are sort of, certainly in my experience, like we learn that it's not safe to be in our bodies, and it's not safe to be expressive or connected or sexual, and so really sacred sexual healing is about understanding that there's this incredible power that brought us into existence, and this power is our sexual energy, and it's phenomenal, and it's a very healing energy, and it's a very transformational energy, and when we can work with it and when we can master it, it can really create huge changes in our lives. And so I suppose I work on the sexual healing side, and then also the embodiment side, which is really important for me and very close to home. It's been a big journey for me as well. So I really speak from a place of experience.
Yes, which I think is, a lot of us have something there and have that kind of change that we've experienced, isn't there? That really kind of makes a lot of the work that we do kind of powerful. And we can see the changes in people and what's going on. So initially, so we'll obviously talk about like various other things. So I think what will be really interesting is to get your opinion on, so when people think of sacred sexuality and perhaps like spirituality as well, that they might mix in there, but do you ever get the mix in as how that connects to a conversation around like tantra and tantric as well, and tantric healing? I mean, how do they form part of like what the whole story is, or are they really like different when it comes to not a profession, but obviously your work?
Sacred sexual healing is, you could call it tantric healing. Tantra is really bringing the unconscious into the conscious. So tantric, the tantric lineage is there's many tantric lineages, and most of them don't involve sex, but obviously it's come to the West, and we're so deprived of sex. It's become, tantra's become another way to have sex spiritually. And actually, tantra is about bringing everything. It's about embracing your sexuality, embracing your life, embracing your dark sides and your light sides, and it's about both sacred sexuality and tantra, about really worshipping this energy that brought creation. That's the energy of creation. It's the energy of creativity. It's the energy of life. It infuses every single aspect of our existence. There's nothing that sexual energy does not touch. Sexual energy is walking the dog energy. It's taking the rubbish out energy. It's, I think Barbara Carella said in her book Urban Tantra, like it's life force energy, and it's incredibly sacred, but it's been very distorted, and we sort of have this lens over it, which is of trauma, abuse, suffering, assault, and so sacred sexual healing is much more, and tantra is more about just really seeing sexual energy as something that's divine.
So I just think, oh, I've lost you there. There we go. I just find it like really interesting, as we've had a quick chat about it before, how, how my the way that I particularly talk and speak to clients is obviously I will go on the very scientific, although there is still this conversation, regardless of what we have, and you don't kind of realize it's how you talk about it, about the energy, and about who, how that sits around us and how we kind of feed in and out. I mean, I'm sure you've probably had it, we talk about it a lot, even when we're in business, when we're talking about people who, we've been sitting on Zoom for however long we've been sitting here on like these Zoom calls, and it's just not the same as obviously being within people's sort of own energy fields and actually being able to feel the people that are, around you. I mean, how does that come into like some of your work, being able to feel, being able to get people to really be more in tune with actually what they're giving off and taking away, I think, from, from a space.
Yeah. But ultimately, it's the relationship with yourself. So when I'm doing sessions online, I'm guiding people through practices with themselves. So there's a natural energy exchange online over Zoom, and actually Zoom doesn't. There's still an energy. You can still connect energetically, but it's. I work with people on them connecting to themselves.
Yeah.
And so the practices that I share are for them to learn in the session and then do themselves.
Yeah.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, no. Yeah, because I say it's I mean, I was just talking, me and Anne were just talking about that, and again, it's why it's really powerful. There's two things. The reason that I'm even doing this is, one, it's about how much we need. I think as any human being, we don't take enough time on ourselves and looking at who we are, and we try and project or take it from everyone else before we really are very true to ourselves in who we are. And there's this big, there's a lot of movement around that now, especially when it comes to like female empowerment work and things like that, where we're, when it's so much about, it's like taking that inside, isn't it? And taking and really paying attention to what our thoughts and feelings, needs are, before anyone else. How we can't share them or be part of someone else's or a relationship without knowing who, what we need. So, I mean, when, so what kind of, how do you work? How does the whole process work that you, say in a daily coaching session and things like that? Coaching, do you call it coaching? How would you define it?
The work that I do is so varied, and it completely depends on every single session, every single program, every single thing I take a client through is very bespoke. So I can't answer that question, because one client, it may be very, very just simple practices and belief clearing and energy work. Others, it might be more, we might be working with the archetypes, we might be working with like guided visualization, we might be working with deeper embodiment practices, we might be working with it's so varied. It's almost like I can't answer that question really.
No, but do you know what? You have answered that question really, really nicely by saying, Jess, I can't answer that question, because it's actually, it's about like coming to that space, and perhaps, someone recognizing that they need help. But it really is about, sometimes, I guess, what I'm feeling here is even what you feel, that someone will say, look, I need help, I need some support, but I don't know what that needs to be yet, until, because it could be A, B, X, F, bits and pieces, but they don't, you don't really know potentially what you need. I mean, I have conversations with people, if I do that base history conversations, and something that they'll perhaps say is something that they really want to focus on. After I've talked to them for a while, actually that's not necessarily what the main thing is really that they keep talking about, that really is flagging up with them with what they want to to work on. And so I love that answer, because it's completely true. It's completely true of like how we work with people. It depends so much on what what they need and what they give out. So it's amazing. So yeah, so as I said, I'm still really new to that, the kind of style of work you do. So what else is it that you would, if you were to be educating on me into sort of sharing with other people to be able to come to you and to help, what would it be that you'd want me to, you know, to pass on? What's the story behind it all?
There's lots of different things in that. I suppose for me, my goal with clients is for them to feel at home in their body first and foremost. Like that is it's the base chakra. It's like your root. Nothing can really be built in your, well, it can, but your root chakra, your base chakra, which is to do all with your body, your identification, how you feel about yourself. Everything is kind of built on top of that. So if you don't feel good in your body, it affects everything in your life, and it affects your business, it affects your relationship with your partner, it affects how you relate with your children. And so I would always say when clients come to me, that's where we start. We always start with the body and embodiment practices and just being very gentle and rewriting the stories about what we believe about our body, about the diet industry, about the media, about all the messages that we've absorbed that was never our fault. It was just all of this stuff that's bombarded us for years and years and years and years. It's not our story. Our story is that our bodies are magnificent and they are these pleasure playgrounds, and they are unbelievably joyful and unbelievably expansive, and the experiences that we can have in these bodies are just incredible. But if we're worrying about our fat rolls and our cellulite and how we look on top of our partner, and it's just a complete killjoy. And so it really, you know, there's 7 energy centers in the body, and the root chakra, which I just described as the first one. And then once that one is kind of balanced and healthy, then you can move up to the sacral chakra, which is all about sexuality, creativity, sensuality, passion. And so it's kind of basic body connection, and it's not, and that doesn't mean it's easy. I'm not simplifying it by saying it's basic, because it's not. And it's, for me, I had a difficult relationship with my body since I was 8. I was on a diet for 20 years on and off. I hated having sex. I hated being intimate. I hated going on top. Like, that to me was just horrific. And I missed out on so much pleasure in my prime because of this. And I'm still in my prime now, but you know, I'm 36, but I've only come home to my body in the last 2 years, and that's quite a big pill to swallow sometimes. And now that's why I'm so passionate about helping women and men to really come home to your body. Because once you love your body, once you are not poisoning it with your thoughts, it will love you so hard and it will give you so much energy, so much pleasure, so much joy. But if you're constantly going, oh, you're fat, you're not good enough, oh, you're constantly wearing jeans that are too tight, you're constantly putting it down in front of other people, it's going to just feel like crap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's, I mean, that always brings home to like some of my work. I mean, I'm a couple of years older than you, but, you know, I mentioned it in the beginning, I was, you know, that I didn't know what the clitoris was until I was 34. And you're just thinking that kind of, you know, I knew where it was on me, but I didn't know, you know, all the ins and outs of it and how important it was and how use it, but how to, you know, take full advantage of, you know, of part of my body that I was born with, you know, that was there, that gives that pleasure. And it's such a focus, isn't it, about it's, you know, that pleasure focus. It's about the stories that we get from even from a really young age, that everything around sex has like a bit of a danger level to it. You know, it's red flagged. It's you know, it's be careful not to get pregnant. Don't get an STI. And that's the story that we start with, and then it kind of moves on. And you're right. You know, you see so much. You know, in the media is one of my you know, the things that I really hate. There was an article even today about, you know, someone who was on the news this morning who was talking about anyone who had a BMI over 40, you know, shouldn't be allowed to buy fast food anymore. I have a BMI over 40. And it's just like, but you don't know who I am to be able to say that. And I'm actually like, you know, probably the healthiest I've been in my entire life, because I've really started to really pay attention to me and what I need and who I am, and that kind of story. But this is the body I'm in, you know, and I can't have it, you know, but I went through that whole process of, you know, judging myself on because other people were judging me, perhaps, or, you know, but you don't even know if they are half the time. They do. You don't actually, you're putting that on other people as well, like what you're doing. So, you know, being able to come to you and really kind of like, you know, you're able to work, you know, working with people that you do, like to really, I also sort of integrate that perhaps those parts, you know, that you've always kind of gone, that's not me. I hate that part. I don't like this, you know, I don't like this about me. And making it really a part of you, a stronger part of you, you know, to move forward.
It's incredibly toxic, this whole BMI. I remember seeing something on Instagram where there's this guy saying that he's, you know, he's super skinny, he smokes all day, he eats, you know, McDonald's every day, and he never once gets questions about his health. And actually, you're actually healthier with higher BMI than you are lower BMI. And in that kind of, it's better to be overweight than it is to be underweight.
Yeah.
And it's I mean, I remember being in my earlier years just being traumatized by the BMI, because it said that I was obese, and I wasn't obese. I was just a woman.
Yeah, we come in all different like shapes and sizes, and you know, I mean, I know this is going slightly off topic, but I struggle with it in the sense of the first thing, you know, if I do have some kind of reason to need to go to a doctor, which is very rarely, but if I do, the first thing they'll go to me is like, well, it's your weight. Okay. Now that I'm telling you that it's not, I want you to do what would be the next step. If I came in as a look like a, you know, straight up, straight down, you know, kind of person, right now, tell me, you know, what that is, you know, what could it be? And oh, okay, well, it could be, okay, it could be this. Oh, look, there it is. And to say it's, and that happens, you know, when you see that, and when that happens, and it can happen whatever size you are. I mean, I found it, there's always going to be parts of whatever size body we're in, we're surrounded by other people where we go, but I wanted that, you know, I want that, I want those thighs, I wanted those boobs, I wanted, you know, and things like that. And we are constantly surrounded by it enough to make us feel like we want to change. Do you think, like, I don't know, I find that quite a lot. Like, you know, there seems to be a need in us that gets ingrained, saying, well, we need to change to fit a mold, rather than being,
and there's so
you know,
many more... Sorry, it froze. So I wasn't sure whether... There's so many more important things, like how is your heart, how are your relationships, how's your stress levels? Like, these are all way more important things. Like, how do you love, how do you connect, how do you forgive yourself, how honest are you with yourself? Like, these are all equally, if not more important things than your weight. And it just drives me bonkers.
They have such an impact on like so many areas of your life, don't they? Like being able to, you know, as you say, if you're able to have stress. I mean, I talk about stress quite a lot, you know, and I will talk about, if anyone says, you know, so what are ways to have great sex? And you always say, kind of, well, one of the ones is to not be stressed and to relax a bit. And like you said earlier, it's literally like, here's kind of these basic things like this. It is in its own little essence basic. It is. But once you put it onto someone, it becomes no longer because it needs to kind of merge into them. It needs to become their story. So that's where it gets deeper. Like, what is the education? I do this all the time. The education, the things that I know and I've learned and do, they are basic. They are in some ways. This is the story. This is the education. But how we need to relate that to ourselves is what's really, really important, and really, no doubt, the work that actually that you help people to do and kind of relate that to themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's to say, I love, sex in all different conversations is just fascinating, and how much that it really sort of relates to different people. Do you I don't think I ever asked you this before when we were doing it. I mean, do you work with one or couples? Do you do couple work as well? I can't remember if I asked you that question.
I don't really work with couples because that wasn't in my training really, and I'd rather focus my attention on working with men and women. And it's but I have a lot of knowledge about, because I'm just fascinated about the subject. So I if I wanted to have a conversation with a couple, I could share a lot of information that I picked up along the way that just comes with being in this industry. And so I kind of hesitate on that question, because I think it depends what the couple needed. And if they just wanted to kind of bore my brain for an hour and I could just talk to them about what I know about communication and connection and intimacy. And but my passion is working with women and men who are at the beginning of their journey, who really want to come home to themselves, come home to their sexuality, to really heal the stories that they tell themselves about. It's so many emails I get from people going, you're probably going to think I'm really screwed up, or you're probably going to think I'm really this, or you're probably going to think I'm really that, because they have desires and fantasies and embarrassments and shame. And so a lot of my is actually going, you're normal. Don't worry about it. What you feel is human. You're human. Your shame is seen. It's valid. It's I don't want to say the word normal, because it's every human has this wonderful rainbow of shames and embarrassments, and we've all got stories that make us absolutely cringe till the cows come home. But we talk about it. It's not shared. It's not celebrated. It's like, that awful story of that situation that we had when we were 21 with those people is just, it goes in the shame box, and then it eats you inside until you finally get a safe space where you can talk about it, and then it's free and it never bothers you again.
But isn't that so true, how interesting it is, and how, I mean, people I've come across didn't even know that, many people I've come across who didn't even know there was a space that they could do this, that they could open up about, their, something sexual particularly, or something that happened, or they might dismiss something and go, well, I just need to put up with that because it's 10 years old now and it's just something I'm just going to put up with, and it's fine. When it's much harder to obviously have conversations like that with people who perhaps are more emotionally involved with you, because you do have that fear of judgment, and what are they going to say when they find out X, Y, and Z about you, and so being able to come to someone and, you're right, literally just go, what, in a way, like, this is my this has happened, this is my life, and I needed to let it out with someone who isn't going to just turn around and go, well, that's disgusting, or well, that's wrong, and it is. That's one of the things, the most powerful tools, isn't it? I think that makes me laugh, because there's I think when one of the first parts of my training was always on the boundaries, and where my own boundaries are of different things, because you have to, even as I'm sure you do as a sexual professional, we have to know where our boundaries are, because we have to provide a safe and non-judgmental space for people to be able to open up.
Absolutely.
And if we can't do that in certain situations, we need to know when we can't, so that we know who to, to pass on. I'd have a certain thing. I'm like, I can't deal with that. Right, Amelia, here, you need, this. And that's why these kind of relationships between sexperts, sexual professionals is so valid and so important. Because we're all going to have relationships and debates and things like that that don't always fit in what, not our beliefs, but our hard lines. I don't have many hard lines, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, it's the work you're doing is incredible. It's so fascinating. I think I might have to have a session with you one time to actually get a really nice feel. I quite like to do that, like with other professionals, and actually have a session, because do you know what? I don't know how you do this, but I find that what is the saying? There's the saying that says it's one of those things when you're too close to something. When you're too close to something, you don't necessarily see it, sort of perhaps in yourself and things like that. And likewise, I will hold my hand up and still say that I still make plenty of mistakes and still want support. And in my own relationship, sex life, finding those parts of me that I still really don't like too much, that you judge me yourself. So that would be amazing. Definitely do that. How can we find you? What's going on? Where have you got any packages, deals? Not deals. Do you work in packages? How do you work? How do we contact you? All that kind of stuff. So if anyone wants to come and find you.
Hands up. This is probably like the worst time for me to do this, because I'm in this big transition phase. I've just moved house. I'm
moving, aren't you?
Yeah, so I've just moved house. So I have all these incredible things that are just floating, almost ready to land. But I have the best place to find me is Instagram. I've got lots of amazing conversations on there. You can see kind of roughly. I don't talk too much about my work on there, but my website is under construction. But you can contact me through Instagram. It's @alchemy with Amelia, and my website is ameliagriffiths.com, and I have a website newsletter that you can sign up to, where you'll be the first to hear about when these ideas land. And but yeah, Instagram, I've got lots of resources on there, fascinating conversations with people in all sorts of indies. So that's where I would go first.
Lovely.
And then message me from there, and I'm very communicative on Instagram. So
amazing. Yes, they're brilliant, because I think that's like really important. I've had a look at your Instagram, and I love some of the stuff you're sharing. I think it's really important, because what you're doing is, it's opening up those conversations and allowing people. I started off by saying, to me, all this work is a journey, and sometimes, yes, you want to jump 2 feet in, but sometimes you want to take it a little bit at a time, and having people like and feed like yours to be able to kind of drop and sort of drip feed these really important thought processes and things is really vitally important for for people when he then potentially not really ready to go full 2 feet in, like to work in. So amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking your time. I know you were jumping between things this evening, so I had you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been absolutely wonderful, and I'm really excited to watch everybody else and be part of this new idea. I think it's absolutely phenomenal, and I celebrate you and I champion you, and I think you're doing wonderful work, and I'm really, really so honoured to be here. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That's so sweet. Made me blush. Thank you so much. And I know I do. And we will catch up very soon. And I will, have a good evening. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Jess.
So that was Amelia. So that was my first 2 guests on this evening. And I was about to think about bringing in the next one on, and I realised it's me. So amazing so far. I love these conversations, just how varied these topics are going to be. Hopefully be able to take something away from them and, you know, kind of not necessarily make a change at the stage, but really kind of see what's, you know, what's going on and what's out there and available to everyone. So where does my passion go through? Well, desire. We love a bit of desire talk when I'm in, and I've got myself a little presentation to make it all pretty. So I'm just going to technology. I've got too many screens. Right. And I'm just gonna take me out of it a second so you can't see my pretty face. So I'm going to fill these next 25 minutes with a conversation about desire. And that's because I love the conversation around desire. And what I really want to have a conversation about is is what turns you off from sex. We talk a lot about what turns us on. And I want to have a conversation about what turns us off. Because there are lots of things that turn us off from sex. So let me just... So we're going to talk about desire. So concerns around desire are the most common concern, I think, particularly for women, pretty much across the world. I know that during my training and when I'm taught, this is what's come up quite a lot. It's about how important desire is to our sex lives and understanding what it really means. And actually, this is where for me it really come apparent and how I understood what desire meant for me and how it changed some of the ways that I looked at sex. So I am still having so the roots can you see that under my title, are quite similar in all of us. In fact, actually, between Anne and Amelia already, we've already talked quite a bit about some of these, just not in a lot of detail, about the roots of desire. And actually what I haven't mentioned is when I'm talking about desire, I'm talking about your want to have sex. So it's when someone might say to you that we've got low libido, we've got no sex drive. And that's where it's really common, particularly for women. And where it becomes particularly a problem is when we have mismatched desire. You might have heard about that. You might have heard me talk about mismatched desire before. And this is really when one partner has either a lower or a higher want of sex than the other one. Now, this is really common through all parts of our relationships. It happens all the time, and it fluctuates and it changes. But what's really important, where the problems may perhaps start to come in, is when we're talking about it in long-term concerns. But short-term concerns, you know, we fluctuate and we change all the time, but we still would like to perhaps do something about it. And so the roots are really similar in all of us. So let me just make sure. So we're going to stress, anxiety, and guilt. I mean, I'm not sure if anyone else has been stressed by the year that we've spent indoors. And I know I have. And I'm not necessarily someone who particularly gets affected by that kind of thing, and how that's really affected me. You know, stress, of worry. I think I started in that first lockdown of not going out for 12 weeks. You know, it was a complete change of lifestyle. That stress in itself was massive, you know, to my own sex life, and anxiety, and also the guilt aspect. There's so much there. That's just one of the roots that actually will have an effect on the level of desire in your body, and the level of desire and level that you want to have sex. Body image is where, well, this is where my root lies. This is where my personal story lies, and it always has done. This is body image, confidence. Me and Amelia were just talking about this just a minute ago, about how, you know, how we see ourselves, but even how we think other people see us as well, and what we see in them around us, and what we think and what we don't and do like about our own bodies. I will particularly talk about a story about how I don't like my inner thighs, and I'm really uncomfortable when they are touched. And so while having sex, it is about going, okay, well, I don't like that part of my body being touched, but actually, why? And, you know, going through that kind of thing. And I think we probably, if I was to ask you, everyone could come up with, there was part of you that you do not like touched in some way, you know, when you're in a sexual situation. Relationship dynamics is another issue where we talk about desire. So we've got power struggles in a relationship, you know, disappointments. One of the big ones we talk about perhaps is interestingly, as a partner doesn't look after themselves. You know, we have a particular need in ourselves to find our partners perhaps, you know, that attractive. I will say that Dan doesn't come anywhere near me if he hasn't shaved, because it is one of my turn-offs, which we'll have a look at in a minute. It's one of my turn-offs. So if he hasn't shaved, I want him miles away from me. And, you know, we can look at different areas of our partners and think, do you know what, that's going to stop me. And it can be something as simple as that. Human giver first. So human giver syndrome might be a topic that you might not have heard of before, because it comes from a book called Burnout by Emily and Amelia Nagoski. You might have heard me talk about Emily Nagoski before. She is the author of Come As You Are, which is an amazing book, and I do highly recommend anyone who's interested to go out and get that book and have a read of it. She's full of incredible information, and it changed my life and how I looked about sex and relationships. But she also wrote this another amazing book called Burnout. And Burnout, she talks about in there about human givers. And human givers are, basically, we give all of our energy away first. So we have no energy or time left for ourselves. And if we haven't got that, then we are just going to collapse at the end of the day, the beginning of the day, depending on what time, you know, that you enjoy sex. We are going to collapse at that point and not actually go through with it, you know, and we've just given all of it away. I confess I can't entirely remember who talked about it once, but it's that line of it's the food and the dinner line, and we're giving it away, all of this food and all these things away, and serving ourselves last. But by the time we get to us, there's nothing left, and that is basically human givers, and that's human givers first. And another one of the roots is, again, we've already discussed this and how big it is. Sorry, not this one. Next one, but this one we will be discussing a lot more, and this one's about our aging, our menopause and perimenopause. This changes bodies, hormone levels, a load of different things. It causes a reduction in estrogen and lowers desire. Also goes through a reduction in lubrication, so it also increases the the concerns around pain when having sex. And lastly, I'm going to talk about media, social and religious influences. And this is what we have touched on previously. And it's about how everything around us, we see and we judge and we feel judged from different people. So these roots, and you can see how in depth they are, and how there's actually, I know of, sexual professional sexologists who deal with just one of these particular concerns, because they can go so deep inside of a particular person. So I'm personally working around helping with body image and body confidence around sex, because I know what it's like. I'm in a plus size body, which means I know what it's like to experience those things where you can't get into certain positions and you can't do various other things and you get embarrassed around things. But there's so many different aspects, and sometimes it's about finding what that kind of route is for you. And it might be one, it might be all of them. And once you know, it's about making, and this is where it's really interesting, it's when it's about making those proactive decision to maybe do something about it. And that's where I come on to this lovely slide where it's quite blunt, and talk about how you are the one who's responsible for your desire. everything I think we've spoken about already this evening has been about you as a person, you as a unique, amazing individual person. So all of this information can come up, but it really is about how you understand it, what it means to you. But you are responsible for your own desire. It's not just, it's not for someone else to, to make you want to have sex. So I think just have that in the back of your head. And I think, if you want to make a change, you can make that change. So I'm just going to get rid of that banner just a second, because I realize my there we go, can't see some of that. Okay, so this goes on to a little touch of the science, because actually it's quite it's big. Desire science behind all this is massive, but it's really interesting to look at what our desire and arousal patterns are. And this is our sexual response cycle. Well, it was a version of a sexual response cycle, which came out published in the mainly in the 60s by Masters and Johnson, and is and added to over the years as well. So it started with excitement. Desire has been added later on. And this, as you can see, is a really linear way of like looking at desire. You go desire and sex. So you go through desire. So you want to have sex. And then you go through arousal. So arousal is completely separate from desire. Arousal is about your want, about your physical response to wanting sex. So that's the hardened nipples and the lubrication of the vagina and things like that. That's the arousal coming in. And then you kind of get plateau, and plateau is a space which just kind of sits just before experiencing orgasm. It's just sort of there on the precipice, and actually is a space where a lot of women, if they come and they will discuss about issues with reaching orgasm, is because they'll sit on that plateau and not come off the other side, and then you would then experience orgasm, and you go through resolution. Now, if you were to look at this and I would explain this to you, it kind of makes sense. You go through these stages, all the way through to the end. But particularly if you're a woman, you will perhaps know that resolution and that line isn't necessarily how it might work. And I basically drew a complete mix of slides. This is my favorite slide ever. I can't get it to come up. There we go. I think I've ever shown or to anyone as I do, and it is a bit of a mix of various different teachings from different people, because it looks absolutely confusing. Right? Confusing as anything. But this is what actually made me feel better about sex and about desire and about how I really felt about it. And I think it was really enlightening for Dan, for my husband as well, because, there is, going through this line, going through from A to B to C to D, isn't how our bodies work. It isn't how our minds work. We are controlled a lot by like what we want, and it's not necessarily like a good enough flow. That you can see on here, we can literally go from desire. Well, actually, I've started it to here. I don't know if we can see this. So I've started it up here, where we'd mainly start, and here. So these two called spontaneous desire and reactive desire. And what's important to know about the difference here is spontaneous desire is that story where you might walk up to your partner or to anyone and say, "Hi, I want to have sex." And they go, "Yes, great, let's go do it." Spontaneous desire. You haven't necessarily had any other thing or around you that's made you do that. You haven't watched porn, or you haven't done any work, you haven't had a particular turn on, but you have spontaneous desire. You can just kind of, in a way, decide that you want to have sex and go through those motions and through to arousal. That's quite it's rarer, especially in women. It tends to be more men who have more spontaneous desire, but I have spontaneous desire, so it's not unheard of. I can completely honestly go up to Dan and just sort of decide without being aroused, without having any kind of feelings in my body, and say, should we go upstairs and have sex? Reactive desire is what we're talking about here when we're talking about turn-ons and turn-offs. So reactive desire is we need something to actually get us to the point of wanting sex. And so it goes from reactive desire to a desire to another desire. So it isn't always necessarily like one thing. We talk about perhaps like, having a bath and having or something romantic, and that might be one thing, and that's a reactive desire. You went into that not needing or wanting sex, but you can come out of it kind of go, yes, I feel that. I'm starting to feel that desire now. But in most cases, it will be more than one thing. We'll go around in a circle and you'll bounce back and forth between different things. Between then plateau, between experience and orgasm. I've put consent in there because consent is really important regardless of where you are in a relationship. Consent is really important because we can change over time. We change all the time, and it's really important to make sure we're always having this communication and conversations with our partners about what we like and what we don't like. So orgasms are also, you'll see here, I've popped orgasm in, but it's not actually the end of the line. And that, I think, is another completely different conversation you can have about how, we look at satisfaction when it comes to our sexual experiences. It's not necessarily an orgasm. There are many other things that can bring us sexual satisfaction that is not an orgasm. And I want you to think about that. I think that's one of the really important things to think about. You can go away and think about, what is it that I also enjoy about sex? Do I have to have an orgasm all the time, or don't I? And what is there about it that you also find a lot of joy and happiness from and pleasure from? So plateau floats around in there as well, and yeah. So, and also I've put around the outside of these external factors again, which really kind of affect everything. So what I wanted to move on to is we're going to talk about then. So that was a really off the cuff throwing conversation around desire. I can pretty much turn desire and conversations and presentations around that probably into about a 3-hour talk. It is a massive topic. But what I wanted to start off with, which I love to talk about, is our turn-offs. Because I think if someone was to turn around to you and say, what's a turn-on? You're probably much easier to be able to, give a list. You like a bath, you like a massage. Although I say that, and, my turn-ons are that the kitchen's tidy. So they don't actually have to be sexual in nature to give you a desire to have sex, which is really interesting. So, so we're going to talk about what turns you off. And this is just like a little graph that I did. So this is what I'm talking about when I say about reactive desire. So the kids are in bed early. Well, that's a bit of a, that's all good. We know, that's, we've got them out of the way. Brilliant. So we're kissing in the kitchen, while we're, tidying up. I don't know why I say that, because, I'm not a housewife. Washing up would be the last thing that I would do. I'm going to move mine to, just kissing in the sitting room. Then we'd be getting a bit further down that line, and we'd actually go to something like, sucking my nipples, which, personally I love. But then we get to that thing. So you can see all these turn-ons, all these things are kind of working out their way up to this point of kind of getting more and more sexual in nature to move towards having sex. And by the way, when I talk about having sex, I don't necessarily mean about penetration, because actually penetrative sex is just one form of sex. Oral sex is another. foreplay, counts as sex. There isn't, penetrative sex is just a version of sex. But this is obviously my particular one that I would say about like a turn off. I've gone up into these kind of stages and that's all good. But as soon as I would have my stomach caressed in these kind of situations, it would literally drop miles down. It would literally hit rock bottom, because the turn offs tend to be much more damaging to our thought process and our desire to want sex. So it brings you down to this low point, and it's really hard to bring it back if you can at all, because, well, you can't put the kids back to bed, they're already in bed, and you've already moved into a different stage, and it's like, how do you bring that back? And it's actually really hard. So by knowing what your turn-offs are, what are those things that are going to drop your libido, through the floor, you can have a conversation about them and you can be aware of them, and they might still sit there, but actually also you could perhaps look at it and integrate them into your body. I don't no longer have this issue because I've integrated that into my body and I've accepted that part of me, so it no longer does that. And that's some of the work that I do, that Amelia was talking about doing. It's about kind of like really bringing that all back into you. And then just going to throw in here, I've got a couple of minutes left, is context is also really, really important, because something that turns you off might not necessarily turn you off all the time, and something that turns you on might not necessarily turn you on all the time. I always use the story of spanking. I don't know why I use spanking. So I enjoy spanking in the bedroom. But if I'm doing the washing up, still don't know why I use that analogy, very rarely do it, that is completely the wrong space. It's completely the wrong time to do it. And it isn't a turn on at all. So you really have to think about, when certain things are relevant and when they're not, as another layer on top of that. So I want you to go away just from me today and just kind of go, right, what turns you off? Can you give me something, pop in the comments at some point later with your replay or now, what turns you off? And if you really want to go on to, the next stage of this, which is kind of working through that process of looking at that, is then looking at, do something about it. I think Anne has already said it. Amelia has already said it. I'm going to no doubt have it from all of my other guests. What's really important is not only the education that's available to you from all of these amazing experts, but it's also really important that you do something with this information. It's the actions. And I talk a lot about picking up your intentions for doing something, and then let's build the actions around that and actually go away and do something, because you'll never know. I'm here right now today because it was something I really wanted to do, and it sat on a shelf for ages, and in the end it was like, I need to do something about it, and so I'm here, and I'm sharing this. So a couple of ideas that you can do, and these are just thrown out ideas I'm going to do now, is talk to your partner. So when you know what that turn off is, talk to your partner about it. We are gonna, sorry, I lost my slide. Look at images of real women, warts and all. So this is something that I did, but not only actually, I can expand on that as well. Not only did I look at images of real women, I also looked at myself. So I did a lot of work, looking at myself naked. I've talked about in my social media posts how I don't really have mirrors in my house, and that was purposeful. But I used to go, if I went away into a hotel or things like that, and there's mirrors everywhere. It always used to really bother me. I used to absolutely hate it. Why are they all here? But actually, eventually you can kind of look at yourself and go, yeah, images of real women is doing something about it. And then this one's probably one of the hardest ones to do, I think. which is research, and don't be afraid to type it into Google. So you can, when you do Google, I don't know if people know, you can go into an incognito mode, which is amazing because it doesn't save any of the history, which means that you can have conversations, you can ask questions, you can put stuff into Google and look out for places without actually having it recorded. So I always suggest to people quite a lot of the time to go on to sex shops and things like that, go and actually talk, look at products and things that you will find in places like Love Honey, for example, and see what's out there and do a little bit of research about it. And then the more comfortable that you will get. And then lastly, of course, I'm going to say that, is talk to a professional. Sometimes I think it's easier to, get that out. And, we are, trained to actually pay attention to a lot of the things, that are said to us that perhaps you haven't necessarily noticed are, affecting you in a different way. And it might be something else that's really the root cause. But really, looking at yourself and understanding is what all this is about. And that kind of ends with me saying this. So what you want is the most important thing. You don't need to be the same as everyone else. So what you want is important. You don't need to be the same as everyone else. Okay? And I think that took me a long time to kind of understand. We're all we're all these unique beings, and it's important that we really pay attention to who we are, what we want, what our desires are, and then work from that, rather than trying to take something from someone else and kind of go, I kind of like that, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do this. And I will, there's certain areas that you're working with people that you remove too much of the guidance, because you need this raw information of what do people really want, what do you want, and what's important. And that is the end of my slideshow. I'm just gonna remove that. Hopefully I ping back up. I do ping back up. So thank you for listening. Give me 2 seconds. I'm parched. It tells you about this kind of thing when you're doing long lives. So much better. So this was thank you for anyone who's watching or here with me. I'm this is all new to me, doing this in a really sort of wide, varied conversation piece. And so, I'm very grateful for everyone who is joining in and chatting and getting involved. Now, the next thing on the agenda is where I'm actually proving how I come out of my comfort zone when it comes to being plus size. So I'm not going to introduce you to Lucy. Actually, we did a video this morning. So Lucy is my good friend of mine. She is a personal trainer. She trains me and actually most of my family. And we thought it'd be quite fun to record something. So we recorded something this morning, going through some exercises and various different things of me kind of getting jiggy with it, I think, and explaining stuff, because I didn't have room to do it in here. So yes, you're about to see me sweaty and in my exercise gear and on the floor. But the reason that I brought this in, so it's not necessarily about sex, but it is, and this is what I want to talk. This is why Lucy will be part of the membership program, because our health and our well-being is really important when it comes to sex, and having strength is really important when we're in various different positions and things like that. So I'm going to bring the video up for you to have a look and watch me in my glory. So hang on a second. We hope this works. We just bring it up. I've probably just done an intro anyway, but you can now see that we're in the gym. And this is Lucy.
Hi everyone,
So,
welcome.
And we are going to go through some exercises today. Lucy's going to talk me through them, and you get to watch me not flail about anymore. I used to flail about, but not anymore. Do some exercises. Lucy's going to talk through them all and show you different points, and we're going to show you how you can do them from beginner all the way up to a bit more advanced. So that's going to be some fun. But I'm going to let Lucy just say hi and introduce herself. So off you go.
Hi, nice to meet you all. I train Jess in the gym, so welcome to my gym. She's been coming to me now for sessions for a year and a half.
Didn't you say we're on like 160 or something the other day?
Yeah, I think we were on 160 something sessions. So, like Jess said, she flailed around in the beginning and now she's much better at everything, getting super strong. So everybody starts somewhere, and I like to think that I can help people from beginner to advanced level. I'm also a youth specialist, so I help children all the way through to adults and also seniors, senior fitness as well. So actually Jess's dad comes to me.
And my daughter. So we're literally, Izzy comes, so we're literally from my daughter from 10 all the way through my husband, my dad, and we've started mum in it as well. So
it's a family affair. I don't have time to train anyone else now.
Family affair. So Lucy's going to be with me through the membership program, which I talked about earlier, but I'm going to be talking about a bit more again a little bit later on in the program. And she's going to be in every fortnight, and we're going to be here together in the gym doing a session together. So you get to either join in or watch me, watch me, enjoy my exercise and get all nice and hot and sweaty. So we're going to go through some exercises we've laid out. Drop any comments in the comment box, and if you've got anything that you want to ask, I can ask Lucy later, because obviously we pre-recorded this morning. I have just done my session as well, so by the way, so I excuse the fact, glad there's no smell-o-vision going on right now. So also, so we're going to go through a bit of a warm-up quickly to show you, to make sure, do some exercises, and then go from there. So I'll let you take away to your spot, and I'll go find my spot.
Lovely.
I'm going to find my spot, which we worked out was about here, so everyone can see my feet. Right.
Okay, so we're going to start with a lunge and some rotations. So lunging forwards, we're going to rotate towards that bent knee.
See, I'm already doing it wrong.
That's it, back up to neutral and into the other side, so bending that other knee, twisting towards that bent knee, lovely. So these are classed as dynamic stretches, dynamic warm-ups. So basically you are moving your body to warm every muscle up, and we're working on some of the exercises here that we're going to be using in the session as well. So,
and you'll also notice I don't go low.
No.
If you want to get Lucy to show you, she'll go. Or my daughter should go to the floor.
Yeah. Shows us all up with the flexibility. But yeah, so it doesn't matter how low you lunge, just as long as you're comfortable. Your back is nice and aligned, so nice and straight. Good, so no slouching over to the front, no dropping those shoulders down. Everything's nice and straight, posture's really good, and just go as far as you can go. Just start warming those muscles up. Lovely. Okay, so now we're going to have a side rotation. So rotate to the side. Good. Twist that back foot as you go round. Bring the arm up.
I like this one. It's soothing. I don't know why.
Although you can get a bit dizzy when you start looking from side to side, can't you? Here we go. But yeah, again, so dynamic movement. So we're working lots of muscles here, getting everything limbered up and ready to go. Good. Okay, so let's have some half jacks then, Jess.
I thought she was going to be able to do jacks then for a second.
No.
Oh, get me jumping on the screen.
It's okay, I won't get you doing those. So again, what we've done here is taken just a jumping jack, modified it slightly, so we're doing half a jack on one side, half a jack on the other side. Again, just a dynamic movement to get you warmed up. Lovely.
I'm already warm though.
I know, we need to be cooling down now. Yeah. Okay, so let's have some fast feet. Good. And as we go on this exercise, obviously you can bring your knees up higher and higher as we go. That's it. So faster and faster, higher and higher. You can drop them down, slow it down. Just that's it. Good. Fast as you can. Take it all the way up. High knees. Lovely. Let's get moving. Good. Take them down, fast feet. Lovely. So it's all about just moving your body, just warming those muscles up. Really, really important before we get going. Okay, so are we ready to
I'm warm.
So you're warm, you're warm. Okay, so first exercise that we're going to show you today is a squat. So Jess will demonstrate the squat. A few teaching points. All you've got to do is make sure that you drive through your thighs and your bum. So as you go down, yeah, that's it. Make sure your back is nice and straight. So again, with this movement, go down just as far as is comfortable. Not too far if your knees can't take it.
Yeah, knees clicked.
Good. Lovely. So again, no hunching those shoulders as we come down. So we're going to modify this exercise now. So Jess always finds that sumo squats are much better for obviously catering for the plus size. My model here will demonstrate. So sumo squat is just taking the legs a bit wider, and as you squat down, just make sure your knees track over your toes. So Jess is doing it perfectly there, as you can see. So Jess's chest is nice and tall as she's driving down through the movement. Her knees track over her toes. There's no hunching in those shoulders. Nice neutral spine. So if you just turn to the side for me as well now, Jess, you can see. Good. So actually your posture is slightly better on this type of squat. And I feel like you can get down a little bit further as well.
So we always have that conversation, you've got like the belly goes down the middle, it's
Yeah,
much easier.
exactly, much, much, much easier.
And of course, you know, we need the strong thighs when we're having sex, so you know.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Squats are great for those thighs.
Thighs and bum.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're easy to do wherever you are.
That's it, exactly. I mean, if you're working, you can just jump up from your desk if you've got a 5-minute break. If you're making a cup of tea, put the kettle on. Let's have a couple of minutes of squats.
See how much water you spray everywhere when you do a squat by the sink, water on, off, water on, off.
Exactly. It's fine. Here's half a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we can make this squat a little more complicated by squatting down and thrusting our arms up into the air. So squat thrust, this means we're actually using our arms for the exercise. So upper and lower body is included in this movement. And again, if you're at home, grab a couple of cans of beans, everybody says it, a couple of water bottles, you know, just have a little bit of resistance there, something to lift. And again, driving down, pushing up. Lovely. Good. So another one that we can do is a squat with a front raise. So again, I know, making you work hard today.
She's already got me done. I've already done a lot of these this morning, so
Okay, so again, you can do a normal squat position. You can adopt the sumo squat position for this one if you want to. So we're going to squat down and raise our arms as we come down. So again, bit of arm movement in there. Good.
This is better than when I do it with a 3 kilo weight.
Well, 2 3 kilo weights as well this morning, so 6 kilos. But again, the weight's not important. It's about the movement. It's about what you're comfortable with. So if you want to start with the body weight movement, you can. If you want to then include some weights, if you've got them at home, again, you can. Just whatever you feel comfortable with. Okay, so final squat one that we've got then, Jess, the jump squat. I know you don't like these, so I just want to mention here that when Jess first came to me, you said, what did you say?
I'll never do any jumping, ever.
Never do jumping, I don't want to do it.
No.
And then I just snuck in
It was my hard line.
Yeah, exactly.
But breaking boundaries.
Exactly. Slowly, Jess built her confidence up, and now we are on to lots of jumping. Yeah, so let's have a few jump squats then. Let's show us. Good. Lovely. So we like to jump down and out, up and in. Good. Lovely, nice and easy. See, look how easy that is for you now. Good.
Okay.
Lovely, perfect jump squat. And you might want to make sure for a jump squat, you're wearing a good sports bra.
Yes. Bra was one of the first things. It was like, sports bra. And I think I can't do it without my high-waisted leggings, but once I'm all strapped in,
Exactly.
I'm good. Love it.
Okay, perfect. So let's move on then to a lunge. Okay, so Jess is going to demonstrate the lunge for us. So you can lunge forwards, you can lunge backwards. It's up to you. I always prefer lunging backwards because my balance is better.
I used to go forwards, but now because Lisa always explained it going backwards, I know how to do backwards better. Like.
Good. Lovely. Okay. Whoop.
Do a wobble.
Got to have a bit of a wobble in there as well. Good. Okay, so a lunge, you're striding your leg backwards.
So I did this way too.
Good. Nice. Your knee should be roughly at a right angle, but again, if you can't get down that far, don't worry. Just go down as far as you can go. Make sure that the heel of your back leg is lifted. Good. Nice. And again, same as the squat, make sure that your knees are in line with your toes and your front heel should be on the floor throughout the movement. Push through your thighs, drive away from the floor to the upwards position. Lovely. Okay, so again, let's have a change up on the lunge exercise. So again, we've mentioned you can go forwards, you can go backwards, you can even go to the side, but we'll focus on that one another day. So let's have, like we did in the warm-up, we'll have a lunge with a twist, okay? So lunging forwards for this one, twisting to the side. And again, you can add some resistance here. So if you've got a ball or a water bottle, anything, you can grab it in your hands, and as you twist, you're obviously working all of those core muscles. Good. Lovely. Okay, so another one, a bit more challenging for the core, this one, a lunge with a balance. Oh. So, backwards lunge for this one. So we're lunging backwards.
Ready?
Here's where it could all go wrong. Good, balance. Good. So staying on the same leg, balancing at the top, holding that knee up at the top just for a few seconds, and you'll find lots of people are really bad at balancing.
That's a year's worth of practice on that, and it's like, whoop.
Yeah, all the youngsters, they've got the flexibility, they've got the balance, they've got it all. But as we find out, when you get older, you do tend to lose it. So balance is great for core stability, and you need that core stability in everything you do, everyday life, sex, all of those positions that you're going to be doing, you really need that core stability. So balance exercises are brilliant. So again, if you've done one leg, we don't need to demonstrate, but you do need to make sure that you do the same on the other leg. Yeah.
Just like favouring one side.
Yeah. So I mean, you can start with a set of, if you want to do 12 repetitions, see how you go. If you're finding that's too easy, you can increase it, 14 repetitions, 16 repetitions. Again, you can add that resistance in there with a bit of weight if you feel like it's getting a bit too easy. Okay, so last lunge then, we're going to do a curtsy lunge. We love these ones. So, again, a little bit of balance.
I have to put my arms up to do this one. Try doing it without.
Yeah, so you don't have to use the arms, but obviously the arms then are including the upper body. And again, you can hold the water bottles. This is a great one for your shoulders. So you're having that lateral raise in your shoulders as well. So curtsy lunge is basically just a normal lunge, but you're just putting that back foot ever so slightly behind that front foot. So rather than a lunge which should be on as if you're on a train track, so your feet slightly wider apart, this one foot's going behind the other. Just like you're curtsying to the Queen, and then lifting your arms up if you want to, but again, you don't have to. Okay, so let's have an upper body exercise then. So Jess is going to demonstrate a press up for us. So a press up is one of those exercises, lots of people.
Sorry, we have to do this against the wall, so we're basically getting my bum now.
So lots of people really struggle with press ups. It's a really hard exercise to master. So you can progress with a press up. You don't have to start on your toes, on your hands, from the floor. We don't need to do that. Okay, so Jess is going to demonstrate that. A press up can be done from your knees, from a bench, so just making it slightly easier. And all she's going to do is have her knees in contact with the floor. Her body is aligned, so she's going to have her head, her shoulders, her hips and her knees all in a nice alignment. Good. She's bending her elbows to lower her chest to the bench, not to the floor, just to the bench. Good. So again, much like the squat, just go as far as is comfortable, okay? And you can just progress it. So when you feel comfortable, you can get rid of that bench. You can come up onto your toes. There are lots of progressions, lots of regressions that we can do with this exercise. But again, great for those chest muscles, which you're going to need lots of. Good. Okay. Right, so while we're on the floor then, let's have some leg raises, shall we then? Okay, so we're working the outside of our leg here. Okay, so.
Just get down and comfy.
Yeah, get comfy.
I hope I'm in the screen. I think I am.
Yeah, I think you should be there.
My head might be gone.
Yeah. Okay, so again, nice alignment here. So Jess's elbow, shoulder, hip and knee are all in a nice straight line there. We've got the bottom knee bent just for stability, so she doesn't rock backwards, rock forwards, and all she's going to do is lift the leg up towards the ceiling and lower it down. So let's have a little point to those muscles here, Jess, where you're working. Good. Okay, so these are your abductor muscles. So as you're lifting your leg up, those muscles where Jess is pointing are squeezing. So they are contracting on the way up and relaxing on the way down. So these are muscles that quite often get forgotten about because so many people do the squats, the lunges, you know, deadlifts, things like that. So they're focusing lots on the quads and the hamstrings, but not so much on these muscles. Good.
Yeah, my hubby hates these ones.
Yes.
Dan
Yeah.
has run.
Yeah. So as you can see, Jess has a nice straight leg and she can actually get her leg up quite high. Lots of people can't get their leg up that high. So again, just pulse it at the bottom there. That's okay. And if you need to, with each repetition, take your foot back down to the floor and just rest it there. And then just bring it up again and all the way down and rest it on the floor if you need to. Good. And as before, if you're going to do one side, you're going to need to do the other side. So, yeah, obviously you're going to roll over.
Believe that I did it.
Yeah, just believe that Jess did it. Otherwise, she's going to have her back to the camera, and it's just a bit rude.
It's quite comfy down here.
Yeah,
actually.
exactly.
I'm good now. I'm down.
Okay, so yeah, again, so you will repeat the exercise on the other side. Make sure you're counting your repetitions. So if you want to start with 12 repetitions, start with 12, 12 on the other side. If it feels a bit easy, again, increase the repetitions. You can also, if you've got some ankle weights, stick them on your ankles.
Don't know, where's this idea come from?
Oh yeah, that hurts. That one hurts. Okay, so let's have a tabletop press. So this one's working on lots of your core muscles here and also your back strength. So as you can see, this is a great position to work in.
One of my favourites.
Yeah. Okay, so tabletop press. It's sometimes called other things. We all have our names for these exercises, but tabletop press is an easy one to remember. So as you can see, Jess has contact with the floor on her hands, her knees, her toes, and she looks like a tabletop. So her back is nice and flat. So her tummy button is not poking down towards the ground. Her back is not arching up towards the ceiling. I could walk over and put a glass of water on Jess's back and it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, so this is what you're focusing on.
She might do that one
Oh,
day,
wait.
see how long I can last.
Yeah, don't worry, we're not going to do that now, but maybe next time. Okay, so all Jess is going to do is lift one arm and one leg off the floor, extend them out in front and behind. And as you can see, if we've got a right arm, we have a left leg. Opposite arm, opposite leg. Otherwise, you're going to end
I'm not
up...
even sure if I can do it.
Yeah, otherwise you see what happens. There's no control there and you're more than likely going to end up in a heap on the floor. So nice and controlled. Again, while you're doing the movement, try and keep that back nice and flat. So you should be squeezing those abdominals, squeezing those core muscles. Your back muscles are working here as well. Perfect. Lovely. Okay. And shall we show, we might as well, while we're down here, show a dead bug. Let's have a dead bug, shall we? Yeah. So again, lots of names for these, but easiest to remember, dead bug. Assume the position, Jess.
I want to call the other one a live bug.
A live bug, yeah.
A live bug.
Okay, so again, we've basically flipped this exercise. So Jess is now on her back, her arms and legs are in the air, and all she's going to do is with an opposite arm and opposite leg, extend them out, up and down. Good, so squeezing those tummy muscles. Just make sure that your back isn't arching off the floor at any point during this exercise. So really rotate those hips down towards the ground, extend one arm, extend one leg, and this one does take brain power as well. The amount of people that just, they've got the first few and then all of a sudden it's all over the place. It's the same arm, the same leg. So again, maybe try and work towards a minute for this exercise. Yeah, I know.
Not now.
But if you can only get 10 seconds, great. Try and get 12 seconds, 15 seconds. Just increase it each time that you do it. Try and work up towards a minute, and then eventually you might get 2 sets, a minute each set. Perfect. Feeling good?
Good. It's like a 2-hour workout.
I know. So at this point, this is where I'd say to Jess, make sure you cool down, include lots of stretches, stretch all of your muscles. We all should be stretching every day, and I know that we don't. Everybody's really bad at stretching. I have to confess myself sometimes, if you're in a rush, you know, you can forget to stretch. But it's really, really important that we cool down, we stretch those muscles out, and we're ready to go for the next time. It just avoids any injuries to those muscles. Obviously, we don't want that. That's just gonna cause setbacks. Okay.
Well,
perfect.
I think I'm extra sweaty now. I'm gonna make you show your face again. So,
oh,
you gotta get on. She's got.
Oh no, I have to get up off the floor as well.
Here we go. Cool. Well, I'm. So that's done me. Look, my hair's trashed.
Yeah. If your hair isn't trashed though, I'd be worried at the end of the session.
Exactly. So yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing more of regularly, fortnightly. I'm going to let you join in with me as I do some exercises. And yeah, so thank you very much.
That's okay.
That's
okay.
I'm going to go have a nap, I think. Stretches first. I haven't done stretches yet.
Stretches.
And yeah, if you've got any questions for Lucy or anything comes up from this, any thoughts or anything like that, ping them in the comments or email me, DM and we will get back to you. Otherwise, goodbye for me, sweaty me.
And bye from me.
We'll see you later.
See you in a few weeks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
So, that was me and doing a little bit of recording, as I obviously showed from this morning. I just want to point out just a tiny little thing, although so I've still got fuzzy hair, is the fact that if you'd asked me to show that video to you probably about a year ago, that just would never have happened. It would just not have happened. I would not have shown anyone what it looked like to see me exercising and my body shape and all that kind of thing. And so, you know, I've obviously come a long way, and I'm really proud now to be able to show that, because I know that I've come a long way in a lot of the work that I've done. So I'm really pleased that we shared that. And that's why I want to put this in here and talk about these kind of topics and conversations, which leads me very nicely on to my next guest. So I am just going to go, I obviously have still put my little notes here on my little introduction. So my next guest is a women's health physiotherapist. She's a mum of two from Somerset. I'm really looking forward to this chat, because following on from what we just did, probably my weakest point and my routines and things like that is looking at the pelvic floor and Kegels and that kind of muscle. And so we're going to have a bit of a chat about that, I hope. And so I'm just going to bring her up. And this is Roberta. Where are we? Oh, hello. Oh. Thought that was my door going. Hello, how are you doing? I know, but one of the kids might. It's about time, you know. You're thinking one of the kids.
Yeah. I'm worried about mine kind of leaking. I'm like, no, stay downstairs.
Yeah, exactly. I said to my husband earlier, I was like, you let him stay up as late as you want. He's 5. I'm like, I don't care tonight. I'm like, do whatever, just not tonight, okay? So thank you so much for coming on and coming and having a chat. I believe you have a presentation to share with us. I'm excited. Can you share at the bottom of the screen? Can you see that all right?
Yeah, let's see if I can do it.
I think that's what we like technology to actually work.
Yeah, let's see what it will let me do. Okay, hopefully. Oh, let me do it. There we go.
Cool. There we go. Right. I think I need to bring it up. Do I need to bring it up? I do. So before I bring it up, do you want have you got your introduction in here, or do you want to do your introduction first?
I'll do it as part of my presentation. That's fine.
Oh, look at you go. Right. I shall add that to the stream. Is that all right?
I don't know, because I can only see my screen. So can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see the presentation. That's interesting. Didn't know that was going to do that, but yeah, there you go.
Okay, as long as, I don't know, can you see me as well, or just my screen?
So I've got you on us sitting either side in tiny boxes, and most of the screen is just that, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just that I do lots of hand gestures, and if you can't see me, there's no point.
Yeah. You can hand gesture away.
Okay, great. So I'll kind of tell you who I am first. So I'm Roberta. I'm a women's health physio. I've been a physio for over 15 years, and my interest in women's health started after having children, and from then for the last kind of 6 years I've probably solely done women's health, and I've kind of left most of the other physio stuff behind. So I'm going to talk to you a bit today, my favourite subject, which is the pelvic floor, and how important it is for many things, but obviously the subject today is for sex, so it's really important for that as well. So just say this is general advice, and if you have any problems, then do go and seek some medical attention. So things I'm going to cover briefly is what the pelvic floor is, because I know that not everybody is aware what the pelvic floor is. Also how it relates and what happens in sex with it, and then how to improve it at the end. So that's probably what you're interested in. So the pelvic floor, this is kind of looking at it from 2 different angles. So can you see my pointer?
Yep.
Yeah, fine. So this is from underneath. So if you were to be looking from the feet end, this is what it looks like. And this is like a cross section. So we've got our bladder, our vaginal entrance, which is here. And this is all our pelvic floor. So it's actually quite a lot of muscles that all join together. And 3 different layers of muscles. So it's not just one singular muscle, not like just like your biceps or your quad muscles. We've got like all these different, we've got like this figure of 8 muscle, but we've also got 2 layers above this. So this is only our superficial layer. So it does a lot of things. These are the main functions of our pelvic floor. So it supports everything. So it supports all our organs, and like when you're pregnant, it kind of keeps baby up inside there. And it basically, the underneath of your pelvis, all our organs sit in our abdomen, and it helps to keep everything there. Also, most people are aware the main thing that it does is stop you from leaking urine, but also helps us stopping leaking from our bowels as well. So it's what we call a sphincteric. So basically it's circular, so it kind of wraps around. It also helps support the pelvis in the back, and it's part of the core. So obviously you were doing some exercises all about the core. So the pelvic floor is part of that corset of muscles, our diaphragm at the top, our pelvic floor at the bottom. So that all needs to be working so that we've got a good core. A sump pump. So think about the old-fashioned like taps that they had, like in Victorian, where they like pump up through. Basically, it's our lymph system that goes around the body that doesn't have, our blood obviously is pumped around by the heart, but our lymph system hasn't got anything really to help it. So it acts like a bit of a pump so that it doesn't pull down the eggs, and it just, everything comes up through the body. And also it helps with blood circulating around the area as well. And then obviously the thing that we're really talking about is insects. So that is our main thing we're talking about. So it's really important basically for orgasm, so reaching climax. So just a little bit, I don't know how you've probably talked about this all day, but what happens within an orgasm, this is a female orgasm because I don't know much about the men because I'm only doing women's health. So the blood flow to the genitals increase. There's increase in heart and breathing rate. The main thing we're thinking about with the pelvic floor, that what an orgasm is actually the rhythmical contraction of the pelvic floor and the uterus. So the pelvic floor, it's 0.8 of a second that it contracts. So that is what happens when we have our orgasm. And then we get our feel-good hormones that are released, and then that nice relaxing afterwards. But things that can go wrong with your pelvic floor. So you might be getting pain with sex. You may get a lack of sensation. So that often after having babies, we get a bit of a lack of sensation. You may not be able to reach climax. You may leak urine during sex. So they're the main things that you might have problems with sex that may relate to the pelvic floor. If you're also getting some of these other problems, then it's definitely pointing towards the pelvic floor. So if you are getting any leaking, so that could be on a trampoline, that could be kind of coughing, sneezing, or it could be trying to dash to the toilet and don't quite make it. The other thing is prolapses. So if you don't know what prolapse is, that's basically the walls of the vagina that bulge down. Now you can have the front wall or the back wall that bulge down, or the uterus that can kind of bulge down. The main cause for that is having children. As for many issues that the children have that cause this, but certainly once everything's stretched, if we don't have that support underneath for the pelvic floor, then we might end up getting prolapses. Also, constipation can be caused by issues with the pelvic floor, and difficulty emptying the bladder or bowel kind of completely as well. There's two different things that happen. It can either be too weak, which the main thing that people know about is that your pelvic floor is weak, but it could also be too tight, and there's different symptoms for each of those things. Now, with a weak pelvic floor, we may get that lack of sensation. So the pelvic floor is designed to grip around anything that's entering the vagina, and that intensifies any sensation. So if we've got a really weak pelvic floor, like I said, particularly after childbirth or when you're kind of hitting menopause, it's kind of looser, and you just haven't got it. Whatever's going inside doesn't necessarily touch the side, so we don't get as much sensation. And we were saying about the fact that an orgasm is the contraction of the pelvic floor. But if your pelvic floor isn't strong enough, I mean, some women have no contraction at all. They're not going to be able to orgasm because they just don't have any contraction. The muscle is that weak that it can't do the rhythmical contraction. And the other thing that may happen is that you get some leaking, either just with penetrations, because that pressure against the bladder, or an orgasm that everything just kind of the urine will kind of leak out. The other thing that will happen is the flip side. So this is the thing that a lot of ladies don't realize, that your pelvic floor can be too tight, and that causes problem. People think that having a tight pelvic floor is great, but actually not necessarily, because it is a muscle as with any other muscle in the body. So I'm sure you've had like knots in the muscle, particularly after doing exercise. You had like knots in your shoulders, knots in your glutes. So the same thing happens with your pelvic floor, that you actually can get knots in the muscle. So if you imagine a really tight muscle and anything entering it and hitting and poking on those knots is going to be painful. The other thing is, if you've got a prolapse, or something like that bulging down, that could be coming into the entrance. And if that's making that entrance smaller and it's already tight, then it's going to be more uncomfortable. and you may not even be able to achieve penetration. I've got many women that have either, like young girls, that have never been able to have intercourse because it is so tight, and even like women, like as they get older, it's just that they then just put off of having intercourse just because it's so painful, and they can't even achieve penetration, so they just give up. And then the other thing is, the flip side is with climaxing, that we need that contraction. But if it's already contracted as much as it possibly can be, then there's no more that it can do. So then it could also make it more difficult to relax and to actually then contract and achieve orgasm. So how do we improve it? So there's a few different things. Now, if it's tight, we need to relax it. If it's too weak, we need to strengthen it. To find out exactly which way it is really difficult. You can go by the symptoms, but unless you have an internal examination, it's difficult to say for 100% whether it's too tight or too weak. But you can kind of guess and kind of go with the symptoms. To relax your pelvic floor, we do a few things. Obviously, this is just, there's more specific things you can do, but doing what we call abdominal breathing. So I don't know if you ever heard of abdominal breathing.
Yes. Yeah.
So when you inhale, we kind of expand the stomach. So we're using our diaphragm. And then when you exhale, the stomach goes in. So we're using the diaphragm a bit like a plunger. So your pelvic floor and diaphragm work together. Yeah. And it should go up and down. So by doing that, it should relax. And then doing stretches, like obviously you're meant to do after your exercise, but particularly like yoga stretches. Like happy baby stretch. I don't know if you've done that one where you grab both feet, or that's quite a good one, or stretching your legs, because your deep hip muscles actually attach into the pelvic floor. So if by stretching the legs, then you also stretch the pelvic floor. And just some general relaxation, just kind of like mindfulness, meditation, anything like that will just, your pelvic floors are a really emotional muscle. If you're stressed, your pelvic floor will be tight. So it's really just kind of think about general relaxation. And a lot of my women over the last year, funny enough, their symptoms have got worse because we've just had that little thing called COVID that stressed everything out.
That little bit of stress just, it doesn't really help. Yes, imagine.
If your pelvic floor is too weak, then we need to do some pelvic floor exercises. But you need to make sure that if it's tight, that you relax it first. Because if it's already tight and you're then doing more to strengthen it, it will just get tighter. So this is where you've got to try and best to kind of maybe get an assessment, but just kind of look at your symptoms, and always good to do some stretches and relaxation. That's not going to do any harm at all.
Yeah.
So pelvic floor exercises. So obviously I spend all day talking about this. So if we try and do it like together, so I don't know whether you do them on a regular basis, but all women should, from as soon as they are, all women should, even from a young age, as soon as you know about the pelvic floor, you should be told about it. A lot of women don't even know how to do it. They're like, when they have babies, they might do a few squeezes for a little while and then forget about it. But the trouble is, we then, as we hit menopause, everything then gets worse. So we need to kind of keep it up. So tightening around the back passage to start with, as if you're stopping yourself from passing wind, and then feel that contraction coming up forward like an escalator. So it used to be taught going up in a lift, but if you think of it coming forward instead, then we just get that lift of the neck of the bladder and the rectum coming up forward, which is where it should be.
I'm sitting here doing it now.
Yeah. So it's tightening up forward, and then you want to hold it for as long as you can. So the classic is we want to hold it for 10 seconds. But if you can't manage 10 seconds and it already dies away after 3 seconds, then that is got to be your limit. So you find what your limit is. It might be 3 seconds, it might be 10 seconds, but that's the maximum. But then it's really important to fully relax in between. So this is, if we don't fully relax, then we just increase that tone, and then it gets worse again. Like, it will tighten up and then we can cause more issues. So it's making sure that you tighten, but then you fully relax, breathe. If you can do that abdominal breathing in between, that's great. And then you repeat it as many times as you can up to 10 times. So the maximum you'll be doing is 10 seconds, relax 10 times, but it might be you can only hold it for 3 seconds and repeat it 5 times. So you just find your limit. When we cough or sneeze or do something suddenly, we need our pelvic floor to react quickly. So we also need to do some quick squeezes. So quick tighten, relax, quick tighten and relax. So again, we want to do about 10 of those. And we want to aim ideally about 3 times a day, but don't stop mid-flow when you're having a wee, because that can cause problems with urine infections. But it's a good idea to try and do them in different positions, but certainly in upright. So as you're there sitting in a chair, if you can't feel what you're doing, sitting on a harder chair is sometimes useful because you can feel it tightening up away from the chair. Or if you're really struggling, then you could have a little look with a mirror and you'd be able to see kind of it pulling up. Or you can feel through clothes even either side of your back passage, and then you can feel it tighten under the fingers. So you can do it through clothes if you're a bit squeamish to have a look, but yeah, so through clothes either side. There are various things that can help you. The NHS has got like an app, but there's various different apps on the market that will remind you to do them and tell you how many times, and you just follow it on the screen. So that's a good idea. Come into it. But like I say, remember that all women are different. So if you're getting pain, it could be the pelvic floor, but there's lots of other things that it could be. It could be prolapses, it could be endometriosis, it could be all sorts of things. It could be fibroids. But it's more than just pelvic floor that will change that. And as you've been talking about all day, there's more than just the pelvic floor that will affect your ability to reach orgasm. It's like a mental thing as well, but always kind of physically is good to kind of get it checked out.
Absolutely. It's very important to tick off the like medical reasons, isn't there? Like one or the other. And I think I talk about there's that conversation about making sure that you even check your medications to a lot of, there's a lot of things out there you don't really read enough that will actually have an impact on that as well, isn't there? So
so there's a lot of things to go through there. So I think I've just got about so I'll say about my freebie before we probably have a little chat afterwards. But so I treat all women, so particularly after kind of having babies, but certainly menopause is one of my kind of more like one of my interests. So I do have this free guide I've created, because in menopause it's not just about the pelvic floor. We can get issues then with lack of lubrication and all the other menopause symptoms that go along with it. So that is available if anybody wants it, and I know you're going to share the links afterwards anyway. And I'm on Facebook, and I've got like support groups and stuff anyway. So if I stop sharing, and then we can probably have another.
And if I put us back to
I don't know
on the screen, I don't know. Can you?
Yes,
you're back. You're back. Hello. Amazing. Thank you so much for that. Do you know what? I find I am one of the bad people that, even though that this is what I do for a living and having that muscle and muscle contraction, I am one of those people that really has to be reminded to do it. I can feel it. Like I don't have a problem with being able to feel the flow. It's quite strong. But then I think, when you always get I always say I get lazy because of the fact that both of my kids were C-section. So you kind of get in this space of thinking, but I don't need that then. Isn't it? Do you get that? You get stuck
even if did you go into labour at all? No, okay. But even the weight of the baby for the 9 months stretches the pelvic floor. So even, like you say, if you've not had a vaginal delivery, you're still going to have had some effect on the pelvic floor. And I've had women that have never had babies that still have issues with their pelvic floor. And like I say, I've had young ladies that their pelvic floor is so tight that they even struggle. They've never had intercourse because they just physically can't. So just because you need to be thinking about your pelvic floor when with all these things. So, and I think, like I said, many women don't realize that having a tight pelvic floor is just as much as a thing as having a weak pelvic floor.
I mean, I didn't even, I've never seen the obviously I've seen the cross section, but having never seen it from the feet upwards section, actually seeing the amount of space that it really covers, that was completely new to me. And it really explains so much, so because how that's all interconnected around, like, you know, around the anus, around the vagina, around like the vulva and all this kind of stuff, of how interconnected all these kind of like muscles are. And we talk about it, and it's very easy to kind of go, yeah, we'll deal with the pelvic floor and it's fine. And how how important it still is about for so much, not just, you know, not just for the list, but for so many different things.
But like you say, organs connected, and it's not just the pelvic floor. Then we're looking at hip and back and core, and if you've had surgery abdominally, then you get adhesions that causes problem with the pelvic floor, or the diaphragm. If you're asthmatic, if you don't breathe properly, that affects the pelvic floor. So there's like so many things that, because it is all interconnected, and it's just like this bit that most people kind of ignore and forget about.
I think it is really easy to ignore it, and I can't even tell you why. I can't even tell you why, because, you know, I go out and I'll do this, PT, and I do that really regularly. But it's really interesting how to think about how, you know, how we build that into a habit. And I guess that's part of what work that you do, is actually helping people with build that into that habit of, like, kind of doing it 2-3 times a day. And it sounds a lot, but then you're kind of going, well, for that 10 seconds, it's 2 minutes. What is it? Maybe?
Yeah. With that. So, but the other thing is then building it into your activity. So as part of your PT, if you're doing squats and lunges, you can activate the pelvic floor at the same time, because functionally, we don't leak when we just sit still. It's a case of when we're doing movement. So that, just the basic exercises is just like a starting point. Then you need to introduce it when you're doing activities. Obviously that's another level of things, but that's what you need to then start thinking about.
So when you mentioned about the obviously I know I've come across a few apps and things like that. I've also come across the, you know, the kind of apps that actually you have, obviously the Kegel balls and things like that. So how does that come in? You know, do we need them? Do we not? Is it kind of like a preference jobby?
So I don't tend to suggest people use the weights, because you don't need your pelvic floor to be switched on all the time. When they are good, sometimes you can get some that have got like balls inside that like move as you move, and that is quite good for proprioception. So if you're leaking, particularly when you're running and things like that, then yes, having that kind of feedback to know when that pressure is down. But you don't need them. But the various apps that you can use are, I mean, there's lots of expensive things you can get that, like games and stuff that you insert and it links to your phone. And if you've got the money, and it might make a bit more fun playing games with your pelvic floor, you know.
Yeah, no, so I've seen a lot of them, you know, playing the little games where you're like, you
like squeeze to go up.
Goes down and collects all your coins or whatever you're doing. It's like a Super Mario for your, you know.
If you're motivated by games and that kind of thing, then if that's going to help you, then go for it.
And like try different things. I just think it's it's fascinating how much that it still becomes a real topic that we don't really open up and like talk about enough, you know, just don't, and it doesn't become part of a conversation. And it kind of fits in that taboo of like, you have a problem, like with the women, you have a problem, you've done something, you know, or, you know, yes, you cough, you're like, oh God, okay. You know, and so it's linked to that. It's linked to like kind of this thing going, don't tell people that I need to wear like tenor ladies or things like that. And it's become this like story,
but also it's kind of considered normal. Oh, it's just the normal. I always get ladies that, I've had the normal kind of incontinence that you have after babies for like 10, 20, 30 years. I'm like, it's never normal. Yes, it's common, but it's not normal. You shouldn't have to have incontinence just because you've had a baby. So like I say, it's not talked about, and women don't want to go, and particularly with male GPs that are like, they do the same. They say, oh, you've had a baby, it's normal. Just kind of put up with it. I'm like, no.
I think we can, I mean, I think I could have quite a few conversations about the, I think I mentioned already, like the GP angle and various different things. They're great. We need them. But every now and then, especially when it comes to anything related with sex and female sexuality, there can be a real kind of dismissal, it's just going to be that. I mean, you've probably come across it quite a lot then with dealing with that, like vaginismus, as you said. It's not, you've got the, the mind aspect of
massively. It's such an effect. But I mean, a lot of it, particularly like with the vaginismus, that is, if you don't sort the head out, as it were, then the body just doesn't respond. But that's a lot of like your brain and your body are just like so linked, depending on what's going on with one, the others.
So important to realize that these kind of come together. I talk about sex a lot when it comes to like what we think and how we feel. I talked about earlier with our turn-ons, simple little things can literally, dry us up, close us off. It's not happening. Barrier. It's not going anywhere. And that kind of thing. So it's really important for, to have these conversations and realize that these things are very, common. And to be honest, from what you said, it doesn't seem really daunting to kind of to do something about it. Sometimes these come across, and I think sometimes perhaps the things with these apps and being told about that, there's a lot more. I mean, what you went through. I mean, I've had things where you have to lay down for 20 minutes a day, and and like all this kind of stuff. And actually, you're thinking, I don't know where I'm going to fit that in. And laying down, I haven't got time to lay down. It's like, if I can do it on the between car to school run, brilliant. Do it.
Just breathe every so often. Just breathe differently.
Well, it's just the breathing. So I never really, I will admit, I never really kind of connected it. We do a lot of breathing techniques when it comes to sexuality work, but I suppose I never really linked it to how to that particular, obviously, that muscle. But you're right. You're doing that, and you're sitting in a position, even when you're doing breathing exercises, where you are more upright, where you are more core engaged, where you are more, paying attention to that, and how influential that actually is to like your, that whole body. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. I knew that. So when we were coming on earlier, I was just like, I knew I had a little list. I was like, see this, I'm gonna do my exercise bit, and I'm gonna I'm gonna learn a little bit about, because I've never really, obviously spoken to anyone particularly who had it as their expertise. So it's incredible.
Great.
So you already shared, I know you're going to share that link. We're going to put it in the comments. We'll share it on some posts that obviously will go out as well, so that people can find you and learn a bit more about you. But along with that, what kind of how do we work with you outside of obviously the support groups and things like that? How do you
so I've got a website. So the first part of that link is my website. So if you just have the first part, which is www.robertabasswhphysio.co.uk, I offering like virtual appointments if you want to just talk through anything about menopause, anything about sex, anything about pelvic floor, pregnancy related pain, anything like that. I will do virtual appointments. I am obviously face-to-face, but that's only locally. So I'm in Cheddar, but I'm doing a clinic in Wedmore, which is just down the road. So if you're in Somerset, it's kind of around that area. But certainly I'm doing one-to-one like this virtually. And obviously we can't do the examinations, but you can still do a lot without doing that. And that's puts some people off, is the examination. So if you can do a lot without it, then so
definitely.
So check out my website.
Cool. Thank you so much for taking some time out this evening to come and join me. So far, we've noticed that the kids have all been good, so we're
so it's
off the list. Thank you so much for coming on. I'm really excited about like more stuff. We'll have more chats, and we're going to do some hopefully more stuff together. I'm really intrigued. Again, I'm going to have to follow that up even more for myself. This is good learning for me as well. So
indeed. Great.
Thank you so much, and have a fab rest of the evening.
And you. Great. Thanks
so much. See you later. I'll just do that. Well, there you go. I did not know how like encompassing that muscle was, and whoever shows you that kind of angle, incredible. I'm probably going to sit here now. I'm doing a few Kegels and stretches and pelvic floors myself. So next, it's 8 o'clock, and so I am going to bring on my next guest. Now, I met my next guest, I don't know, I think it was the beginning of the year, and she's actually been one of my biggest supporters with a lot of the work I've been doing and giving me some sort of cheering on. And I think last week, when I was having a bit of a oh my God moment, was the person who very much was like, no, just, do it. There's always going to be something that might not go right, but just go with the flow and it will be fine. So I'm really excited that she's taken some time to come out and have a chat with me. And so I shall bring her on and welcome Julie. Hello. Oh, I can't hear you.
I muted myself when I was in the waiting room.
No. She's in. Yeah, I know, just in case.
I've never came into the room before, so I wasn't sure. So I didn't want to come in with any noise.
Yeah, no.
Case.
I never thought about that. We've been fine so far, so there you go. New thing to learn. How are you doing?
I'm really good. How are you?
Yes, really good. Thank you.
How's it going?
Yes, good. I do need a stretch. I will have a stretch in a minute after I've got a little bit of a gap in a minute for like a little bit of a stretch. But apart from that, yeah, no, good. Thank you. Yeah. So let's have a chat. We are going to have a bit of a chat about sexual identity in the deeper kind of conversation. But first of all, I want to do an introduction to who you are.
I'm Julie Brown.
I
am an empowerment coach. I'm a cheerleader for youth and adults to help everybody live the best life that they can live. I delve down deep with people and uncover the life scripts that they pick up when they're young and carry through their lives that actually create barriers. And we break down barriers because that's the whole point of, who needs a barrier in their life? Let's live it to the full. So hence why I said to you, let's just do it. Just go for it. It's going to be great.
Do it.
However it is how it's meant to be.
Yeah.
So I teach people about how we work, how we interact, how our experience isn't necessarily what we think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And how to look at it with a bit of a sense of humor.
And I think isn't that important? I think it's probably one of the biggest things that probably got that makes me so connected to various other people. And we've had quite a few conversations where we've had obviously some laughs and some in-depth stuff. And like I've said, you have obviously, been there in a few moments when I've said various other things and sort of gone, I'm not so sure about this. It's just do it. What's the worst that can happen? And I think sometimes it's, I'm sure you find this all the time. It's so important to have those kind of cheerleaders around you to just kind of remind you, because it's really easy to fall back on those messages that we've grown up with, without someone, and it doesn't even have to be a huge amount. I mean, I think we had like a 2-minute conversation. It was just enough to kind of just, you just need like a whole, there you go. I'm good. It's got it. It's got it.
You've got this woman.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, exactly. And isn't that right? It's that permission giving as well. We talk about that whole, like, you can do this. You're like, you're right. I can. And it does. It takes sometimes someone else because of the stories which we've built around our lives that are actually a load of crap. Yeah.
Completely. Bollocks, that's the word I usually use.
Yeah.
A load of bollocks.
Yeah.
Quite frankly. Bollocks. Because so many of this condition that we've got is so invisible. We don't know it's there until we bump up against it. And even then, often we don't know what we're bumping up against.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, let's shine a light on this. Let's bring it into our reality, see what's really going on. Because then when we can see something, it's not that. It hasn't got the power that it had. It hasn't got the control that it has. It's like, oh, that again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we do it in every aspect of our life, every aspect of our relationships, our beliefs about ourselves, about others, like our sexuality, what that should look like, what it shouldn't look like, what we can say, what we can't say, how we should be. Bollocks. All of that, quite frankly.
But it can be just so like powerful and like even debilitating, right, though, doesn't it? And but then also, as you just said, like you kind of don't notice it until you kind of hit a barrier. And I think that's another thing that's like kind of like a real shame, that we have to get to that point where we have to bash the barrier before we realize we need to progress and do something about it, right? We have to hit something. And we don't have to hit something, you know, there's all, you know, we can all do with like having that support and that cheerleader and that person who can kind of just say, take some time for you, you know, here's some ideas about it, without it, you know, being that proactive side of everything, right?
We can never underestimate the power of somebody who believes in us.
Mm.
And when we see somebody and we're looking at that person and we know that they've got everything, that they are amazing, they can do whatever they want to do, and actually really know that's a powerful friend to have. That's a powerful experience to experience when somebody believes in you and knows that you've got something that much.
Yeah.
And innocently, we get in our own ways of even providing that support to others sometimes. So innocent, yet there's so much, as you say, that we can preempt, that we can do, that we can get curious about.
Yeah.
One of my main lines is settle in, settle down, and get curious.
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
Let's just settle into experience, settle yourself down, and now what's going on? It's just
So we're going to talk a little bit more in depth about, so it is about like where we kind of came from and that history and those stories, and kind of angle it. So this is where you just said a minute ago, this is across every board. So everyone, you can relate this to relationships, to business, to any areas of your life. And that, I think, that's what's really interesting. So, so take that in mind, everyone. But for the, you know, for the sake of this conversation, because of my topic, obviously, we're going to relate it to around sex and these stories, and particularly, some of the boxes, perhaps, and the labels that we might put on ourselves and get stuck in, unconsciously, consciously by someone else, right?
What we don't realize is that when we're young, right, we are picking up and taking on, absorbing like a sponge, all of everybody of influence around us, all of their opinions on all different topics, right? So if you're brought up in a household that doesn't do a lot of cuddling and kissing, and, you know, there's not an awful amount of the words just fell out of my
affection.
That's the word that wasn't coming out of my mouth. There we go. But if that's not the norm, then that can feel, as you get older, but that's just what you do. That this is how you act. So it feels alien to when you start doing that. You might even be unconsciously attracted to a partner that doesn't do that either, right? And then you never have that conversation, and you never really explore or get curious about changing that. And we do that and that's just a really easy, small little example of it, but we do it in every single part. Like, you know, my daughter should say, "Oh, you're not going to have sex, are you?" And I'll just go, "Yeah, lots." And it's just, you know, there's nothing we can't talk about. Now, don't get me wrong, you know, I don't be going around having sex in front of her. However, you know, if we're in the hot tub, if we're having a cuddle, if we're on the sofa, we're having a cuddle, if we're carrying on having a kid, we're not going to stop because she walks in the room, right? Because I know that I'm teaching her that's okay. It's okay. That's fine. That's what how you can be. There's no rules apart from the ones that we make up in our life or that we adopt from other people. And then we make them up. We see something from somebody else, and then it could even be something as simple as like from like a teenager, because I've worked with a lot of teenagers. Teenager with a bit of a porn magazine, right? And then it gets found because it's under the bed, right? Or on the computer or something. That even if the parents don't necessarily, you know, say a whole lot, just that look, you know, that fleeting disapproval look can be enough to be stored, and then that's it. there's a rule made up. There's a condition, a label made up. We don't do that.
That connection, isn't there? That connection with something that is nearly, well, it probably is on that realms of like that trauma connection where you are going, that has literally fired and wired the brain into go that bad, that good.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
The same part of the brain that is activated when we are in danger is activated when somebody disagrees with us.
Yeah.
So it is the exact same part of the brain that's activated. And then we've got all these, I call them protectors. Some people call them saboteurs, and we've got lots of patterns for them. But then our protectors come in and go, right, we don't want to do that again. So whenever anything comes at that, it's like, no, we don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah. What are they going to say? What are they going to think? Don't you do that. And we get that thought, feeling connection that we believe is our reality about something.
Yeah.
And then we act from it, then we've got that behavior, and that cycle is self-fulfilling and self-propelling.
A massive topic when it comes to masturbation. Wherever you go, you'll see that story. It's like one of the biggest, like someone coming in, mum catching you, mum saying that's dirty, don't do that, and immediately it's like, well, I can't ever, it's either you don't ever do that, or even I suppose you go into the opposite of literally like always doing it but in privacy, and then you feel guilt about the fact that that you're going, you're doing it. There's a guilt factor there, builds the shame factor, builds
has to be kept private. So even when you get into relationships, it's not something you do because you keep it private.
Yeah. So you can't bring it into the foreplay. The joys of actually doing that together in a partnership is like, I love that. That's one of the, that's one of the top things to kind of do. It's hot, but you're right. It is. It's like a really big story that kind of gets told, and you said about like the affection and things like that. I mean, I'm very conscious of making sure, because my daughter's 10, my son's 5. I'm very conscious of that. My son's still at the age where I'll be kissing in the kitchen and he'll come in and try and get in between us and want to come up. He's still like, I want the cuddle, I'm in the middle of the sandwich, or like, or if we go back to the masturbation, my daughter said to me the other day, she said, Ollie was playing with his willy on the sofa the other day. Okay. She's like, is that okay? I do, she was literally like going, do I do something about that or not? And I was like, nah, he's fine. It's like he'll naturally progress into the point where he takes it to somewhere more private. He's only 5. But again, it's something that even from that 5-year-old, if I was to turn around and go, that's disgusting, don't do, Ollie, cover yourself up, don't do that now, don't do that here. It becomes that narrative, right? That
I've even seen schools do that in nurseries. Stop doing that. Put it away. You don't do that. And it's quick, and the tone of voice for the person's used has changed, and that fight or flight's activated.
Yeah,
it's a memory that's stored in there. It's like, whoa, okay, we don't want to be getting into trouble and getting wrong for doing that.
Yeah.
And then when we're 15, 25, 35, 45, that same little, say, 5-year-old, because your son's 5, that protected him, that memory's there. That same little 5-year-old comes out, tries to protect you at all of those ages, and gives you all of those feelings and regurgitates them.
Yeah.
With like, oh, you don't want it. And what we spoke about this on a conversation we had about, we can start off when we're in a relationship with somebody, and when things are fun, when things are new, when things are experimental, but then when they get serious, that changes. Because then what will they think of me if I do this? Then what will they think of me if I do this? If I say I want to try this, or this is different. So again, we've got so much again. Yeah. We need these conversations.
We're kind of, even if it's not a specific thing, we've like the message has taught ourselves to be careful because of judgment over anything. Anything that might be particularly, opening. Like, we've talked. Yeah, we're right. We talked about things like, explaining that fantasy, and I will work with someone to explain it, to how they share that. Right, because if you just turning around and somebody goes, so my fantasy is a threesome, great, okay, what does that mean? How does that work? And most people actually don't, many people I've spoken to, they don't even necessarily, it is a fantasy, it doesn't need to be reality, and it's going through that explanation of that. But there's obviously that judgment, especially I say this, gendering and stereotyping, but obviously if I turn around and say that, there's a bit more of a whole, oh, interesting. You know, the woman is in a heterosexual partnership doing that. If it's the other way round, you know, there's that whole thing of going, I'm not good enough then if you need someone else and you want that. And all this kind of stuff has come from just kind of going, I want to explore a bit. And I mean, you know about me, I'm like, you know, I'm open to kind of these things and these conversations. I'm not going to ever go like, there's a hard no on these kind of conversations and talking about what there is to explore out there. I think that's what's important. It doesn't mean we're going to run out there and go and find the nearest able-bodied.
You can have a shed load of fun, even just having conversations about that when you're together, just the two of you.
Yeah.
Hell
absolutely.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't ever have to necessarily be acted out. As you say, not everybody wants to act it out.
No.
But that's not to say you can't get an enormous amount of joint pleasure from it.
Yeah. Yeah. But like just getting past that, getting past those stories that we've told ourselves, that we've expected. I mean, this is a lot of where I'm trying to come from. A lot of the things that I'm trying to tick off my box. It's breaking a cycle is what happened to me. It's breaking my cycle from thinking I am a mum and a wife and I've got a mortgage and well, I'm done, right? You know, it's breaking that cycle because I had the message in me, you know, wrongly and rightly, that then wasn't about sex, but was everyone around me was coupled. You know, my friends' parents were all together. My aunts and uncles were all together. There was two of us in every family as well. There was always two of us. And I love my son, but sometimes I go, did I have two? Because it was what I saw, you know, and you become this thing until you kind of do, like you just said, you say curious, I go, why? Just ask why? Why did you do that? And we never ask ourselves, really, why? Did we do that for us? Or did we do that because it's what we thought was normal and it wasn't going to trigger a response from our tribe to kind of throw us out into the world of like, you know, in fear and stuff like that? Oh, have I lost you? I might have lost you. So Julie was telling me how just go with the flow with things when like things with technology, and it happens to be Julie's one that's going to freeze the longest probably before I get her back. We lost her. Well, I could probably still carry on talking a bit more about sexual identity and messages, which is what we're doing. And having those, I'm trying to think of some other kind of messages that you have, and you know, they're not always going to be about sex when you're, you know, when you're younger, or they can be. I mentioned earlier about my daughter going through the sex education at school, and that's like really important. You know, you're thinking some of the information they're saying is very much danger led. Oh, hang on, I might have a back. Hang on, I'm removing that one. I'm adding that one. I'm adding it back. I just didn't hear that. I just said, I was thinking, I was like, everyone who's going to drop off because you said, don't worry about it if it happens. That would be you. Love it.
Yeah.
I love it. No, I love it.
I just practice now.
You got to do this a little test. See, you were fine. It was fine when you dropped off. It was not a problem.
You just talk
carried on.
Back.
Yeah, carry on babbling. I was just I did carry on babbling there for a second. I was going over that that sex education, the danger thing, and you know, where we get our sex education from tends to be schools, right? It tends to be that education, and it's like, I know, like you said, like you know, and I'm doing, and I'm really conscious of it, is bringing it home and making sure that it's, you know, a space where they can ask, you know, they can ask questions. Any question without, like, you know, without any judgment. It's just an answer question, and letting them have their own opinions, but also kind of going, as long as you're using like knowledge to make that opinion, that's fine. You know, I've talked about, I think to you, that, you know, my daughter said to me before that she's bisexual, And she did this when she was 9. And I'm like, great, that's fine. Do you know what it is? And then she was like, no, not really. And it's because this is another thing that we see, and especially now, the more we've got this information highway kind of going on, and how much they can see all this information. If we don't have some of the knowledge kind of as parents, as caregivers, as even aunts, uncles, godparents, whoever we are, to be able to kind of make sure that they understand what these things really mean, other than the fact that she's seen a couple of TikToks and she thinks it's cool.
Yeah,
right?
That's about right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do find that really like how much they can kind of access now, like really impactful, right? Like what?
It's impactful, and it can be pretty scary if you haven't done the work for yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
If you're still bumping up against your own barriers, if you're still bumping up against that, and your children come to you and like Kitty did again, probably about 9 or 10 again, and she did the same thing. She said, well, I haven't decided if I'm going to be gay or not. And I went, all right. And I went, well, just let me know when you've decided. And anytime you want to talk about it, and we'll talk about it. Okay,
Yeah.
then. And I don't know whether that was just a testing conversation, that she had. My eldest daughter's gay, so maybe it was because of, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But it was a case of, okay, just whenever you want to talk about it, let me know. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
Simple as that. But had I had all of these life scripts that you should be married and you should have children and this is how your life should look, you should have the mortgage and you should have the 2 children and all of that, then I might have struggled with that. Right? I might have thought, and then purely innocently, might have responded and reacted and actually had the negative reaction the one that I would have never have wanted to give her.
Yeah.
But it would have been done so innocently. And this is how we've picked them up innocently, because nobody sets out to try and do something that our children that's going to carry them through the rest of life and hold them back. But we've got to be aware of these things. This is the importance of what you're doing. This is the importance of having these conversations and educating properly, not just an anatomical education from school, not just an over exaggerated schoolyard education, but actually a balanced, factual, with space for curiosity and questions.
Yeah.
And demonstrations. I'm talking affection. Demonstrations. Yeah. I'm not suggesting you get it on.
Yeah.
That's not where I'm going with that. But let people see that it's okay to sit and hold hands and watch the TV, snuggling into each other. And while that's the norm for so many, it actually isn't the norm for a lot of other people.
Yeah.
And it's not that they necessarily don't want to do that, but they think, well, we've never done that.
Yeah.
So well, my husband or my wife's not like that, or my husband's not like that. But they've never had these conversations. We need to bring it's like, to me, it feels like we've got this big, jumbled, messy container full of everything, and we need to tip the whole lot out and just let it all be seen.
Isn't this like why why one of the reasons I'm kind of doing this, and why one of the reasons I will be I suppose more vulnerable than I've perhaps ever been, and I kind of got over it quite quickly, because I've gone through so much of a process that I'm okay about sharing, for a wider audience. I'm quite happy to share about my sexual experiences, both good and bad, about my, about my gender and sexuality and how I feel about that in my body. And I said a minute ago, like the exercise section that I showed, I would never have done that before because of the body confidence thing. But now I'm like in that thing of kind of going, well, if I can do it and show people, I'm not asking anyone else to actually do it back to this extent, but it's about them being able to have them at least with their conversations and things with their intimate partners, right? And actually, because it's okay to have these, these conversations, but it's also okay to question, things and kind of go and break this cycle. We have gone through many, many, many generations of, because sex is taboo, and because we've gone through the whole patriarchal messaging, which men and women do. There is no, every gender actually is patriarchal in a way. That, these messages have stuck, and it's kind of like the cycle is only just starting to be broken. I mean, I speak to other sexual professionals, and they'll just say it's still so much work to do, and you don't really, it's still actually quite new to kind of really go really, not bluntly, but say, you need to think about yourself as a sexual being who deserves pleasure.
Yeah.
Right. Think about it, and how, and how you go down that route. And I think it's really, really important to have those conversations and be able to be, that little bit, that vulnerable, and talk about the bad stuff too, right?
Well, nobody has it perfect.
No.
None of us have 100% amazing experiences. We all have times when we can't be bothered, or we're not in the mood, or we all have times when we think, when we turn around, for God's sake, you only been nice because you want something. We all have that, right?
Yeah.
And that way we can just be a bit grumpy, and we are all human. We all have all of the full human experience, which is why humor is so important for me. It really is, having a sense of humor. I can have a sense of humor and just think, do you know what? I feel like crap. I'll just come over here a little bit, and just have a sense of humor and conversations and talk. And I work with so many people who, sexually wise, they might want to do different things and try different things, and a lot of the, probably proportionate's been maybe 70-30 male who've wanted to try different things that I've worked with, 30% female. And the biggest thing is the men will say, but what will my wife think? And I went, well, you're never going to know until you speak to her, are you? You're never going to know until you have that conversation. But it's not about just thinking, oh, right, we've got to go and do this right this minute, and this is what I want to do, and everything has changed. It's about exploring and getting curious together.
Yeah.
And from the opposite partner's point of view, as you said earlier on, they can then think, I'm not enough.
Yeah.
I'm not. Well, why can't you just be happy with me? And that's not even necessarily including other partners. It's just other things that they want to try.
Yeah.
And there can just be such a miscommunication that once they settle in, get curious, it looks different.
Yeah.
It can always look different with communication. That's the most important thing.
And and I love that you talk about, obviously I put things in my stuff that I try and do that a little bit of a bit of fun. It's why I didn't go down the therapist route, because that was very much be careful. You have to be very careful. And as much as I'm careful with a lot of the stuff that I do, I also every now and then want to make a crude joke. I'm just I just sometimes just want to kind of say something. And I think that's kind of where I'm coming off, kind of a little bit different and kind of that thing. But you have to have that little bit of wild and fun, right? Because I still, you get in some of these situations, right? Some of these situations that you get in when you're having sex, and then go, if you didn't have a bit of a laugh with that, you'd probably, I don't know what else you would do. You have to, I joke about that very first time that we tried 69, and I basically was having to getting suffocated by a pair of balls and having to tap out like I was in some kind of like wrestling match. I was like, oh my god, wait, because this exploration of things like that isn't a case of going, well, that's what it is, and there you go, you can do it. There is no
lesson learned, you're on top next time.
Exactly. But it is, you don't know that, do you, until you try some of these things and have that kind of exploration. And you kind of need to have that as a bit of fun, because that could put you off. You'd be like, okay, I could never go through with that again. That wasn't quite. But by saying kind of that was interesting. Laughing about and kind of right, you can obviously keep the passion going, and rather than it being that turn off, that thing that just kind of goes, well, we're done now.
And you know what, even if the passion does go, because sometimes it does, right? Sometimes you could, in a situation like that, you could still just turn around and bring some humor and go, I mean, it might have been, I might have enjoyed it a bit more if you weren't trying to kill us at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Just that sense of humor takes the judgment out of something for yourself and others, because we are naturally judging people, right? We judge situations, we judge ourselves, we judge everything, and we can let that go and make it we can be a lot easier with ourselves.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think you're right. And it's funny because, you're always kind of going, need to make sure the insurance is pumped up before you want to, you want to try and do that to me again, or we want to try that again. But likewise, you think that we also have, because we have that fear of failure in us. How about the fear of failure that kind of sits in there so long?
Partly that's also it mixed in with the judge, though, because we're judging ourselves for failing.
Exactly. And then you have, when it is, because in these situations, in a not normal, but in a more higher ratio of people, it's just you two, there's just two people within this kind of act. Yeah. So you kind of have that thing of like going, well, there's only you two to perhaps like judge each other. I talk about the fact that I was a virgin. Dan was a virgin. So we had sex. How we just made it up.
Figured it out.
Yeah, exactly. And it took different things, and why I got into this was because I realized how much else I was missing because I didn't have an education. Didn't mean I didn't manage it, but there's these things that kind of like missing that kind of give you that little extra like hype and kind of do that. But when you've got two people that perhaps are both unsure, you can have a story there of like kind of going, well, because you need I always say, you kind of, what is it? It's like the they say something about that you have to try food like 20 times before you really know if you like it or not. So maybe try it in a different state.
I always say to people, try something, and if you don't like it, at least try it once more, because your mood state, the meaning you are making of it, the judgment you are adding to it, can all impact on that first experience. Give it a go another time. Don't ever write anything off just once, unless it was absolutely horrendous.
Yes. Yeah.
Unless it really wasn't.
Horrendous pain, obviously, yes. Let's not list as like cover and that kind of thing. But there's so many things that we kind of can easily write off because of like one thing that didn't happen. But then again, if we never tried, then we would never know. I did, we talk about that with like that fantasy thing, and you have to kind of think about what's the worst thing that can happen. Do that, if you don't say anything, you're no worse off. Great, okay. But if you really think about it, what is the worst thing that can happen? Are they judgmental or are they not? But if you've prepped for that, you could just kind of go, honey, I'd like anal tonight. How do you feel about that? And just be like, okay, interesting. We've not done that before. Let's try it, and it's, but there again, then we can go on a different conversation about the whole, non-education thing.
All night.
Yeah, about that one. But no, and it is 8:30. But so well, as you say, we can have a conversations about where that come from, our history and our messaging and what I think is really powerful when you're having these conversations with other people. And I'm sure that you find this with your clients. I know that I found it, is that when people talk and open up to you about some of these subjects, you're asking them certain questions about what their history was like. They're actually telling you information they've never thought of before. You go back to them and go, do you know you said this? And like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
I never realized how that might have like maybe impacted me. But as that third party, as that slightly person like outside of that zone, you can kind of go, I'm just picking up on that one. I'm just, because there's so much that we kind of say and we just assume it's normal because it's us, right? We just kind of go, well, that's what happens, right? That's normal for everyone, right? That's, that kind of thing. It's like,
it's, when you go out with if I wasn't to invite you over for lunch or for dinner, right? Majority of the conversations wouldn't be about sex if you weren't who you were, if we didn't know each other in this context, right? I wouldn't go normally invite, if I invite my husband's mum and dad over for lunch, right? Our normal conversations wouldn't be talking about sex. They would be talking about, I don't know, the
No.
We have had some conversations around it. We've had some laughs about it because, you know, this is me. But normally, you know, most people wouldn't have those conversations. So they never get the chance to get educated. And even when, you know, you think, well, I've had sex with loads of people, let's just say if you sowed your oats and did all your things. And then you think, well, I've done everything, I know everything, you know, I know what I like. But that's one time. Add 5 years on, you've changed. Add 10 years on, you've changed. We're fluid. We're not always the same. Things that we like with one partner, we don't like with another partner.
Yeah.
Things that we like with ourselves, we don't like with a partner, and vice versa. And that doesn't say anything about us.
Yeah.
I used to have a huge hang up about like hand jobs. I couldn't have to crap at them. Absolutely rubbish at it. And I was like, crack on, you can do it yourself better. Because I had all this judgment on it, right?
Yeah.
But it was something that he was like, oh, come on. I was like, oh, like cramping my arms. Just like, God, I was that to me in my mind. But over time, you know, once I got out of my own way about that, then I listened to the body, then I responded, then I picked it up, and it changed. But we've got to get curious. We've got to have a sense of humor. We've got to communicate.
Yeah. And we think we really have to kind of take some of that responsibility as well. Do you think like some of it, like we have to go kind of like this is some of it, there's big parts of this that are on us to really kind of like look at that and explore and do that kind of thing and learn it, because it's quite common for, you know, one partner to be kind of like, oh no, you can't go and talk to people about that, and I'm not sure about coming with you to talk to someone about that. But you know, I found it like with even personally, like once I started bringing little tidbits home, it made it kind of like that's, and when the light bulb moment comes on, it's a bit like, that was it. That was the thing. That was like, how did I miss that for like so many years of my life? Like, how did this happen?
It's invisible.
Yeah.
You know, you've bumped up against something, but if you've never, you know, look how many foods that there are in different countries that we've never even seen, heard of, or tasted.
Yeah.
If we've never seen, heard, or tasted them, how do we know they exist?
Yeah.
It's no different with our sexual identities, with our lives, with our experiences. You know, we've got to get curious and explore to learn about things.
Yeah, exactly.
And don't judge yourself, don't beat yourself up, and don't get on a guilt trip. The biggest sense of humor you've got to have is with yourself.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Exactly. Take yourself with a bit of pinch of salt and just kind of go. Yeah, like go with the flow. That's what we're going to do. We're breaking some cycles. We're changing some generational stories that just no one's kind of like stopped and said, curious, why? What's going on? Let's let's talk about that a bit more.
Never too
I
late.
will. Well, thank you so much for coming on and joining me and having a conversation. I love talking to you as always. What are you up to at the moment? Did you want to share anything with what you're doing, what you're up to, what you've got going on?
At the moment, I've just released a 3-month one-to-one program working with women who have got all of these barriers and boundaries, not just sexually, in any area of their life, because we've got patterns that play out all the time. So that's what I'm quite excited about at the moment.
Cool. Brilliant. Well, if you either send me the link to where people can do, or share in the comments, or whatever, that would be great, so that people can find you and shout when they need you, which would be amazing. And I will catch you very soon, no doubt. And
thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. I see you soon. Bye. So there we go. Me and Julie having a nice chat about sex. We are the kind of people that can do that for a good couple of hours a lot of the time. So we did overrun a little bit there anyway, but we're all good, because this part in today is where I'm going to talk a little bit about why I'm here and my membership, and then I'm going to have 5 minutes to have a wee before we go on to the next speaker. So lots of conversation has happened this evening about how we kind of need to take a lot of this information and really kind of integrate it and be part of us, and be really learning about how we're all uniquely awesome, and who we are is like really important. It's perhaps the most important, first step that we can see. We can see where our messages came from. We can see, how we most positively deal with the things around us, and what those things might be, what our turnoffs might be, how you relate to different people who might support you through a journey. And it's one of the reasons that I called my product that is live and launching this evening, is You and Sex, because this is about you and this is about sex. And lots of the people that I've spoken to this evening are coming in and going to be doing deeper masterclasses on certain topics and things like that, so we can do more learning and more in-depth work on lots and lots of different areas. So I thought it'd be really worthwhile to just kind of go through and just have a quick look at basically my webpage and what I've written, and just share a little bit about it and let you know it's there. And I'd love you to come in. So I'm just going to add that to the stream, because it's really the easiest way for me to do it. I'm just going to put it to the bigger screen so that you can see it over here. So this is my website if you've not seen it before. I'm a green and red girl. And so what I already mentioned before. So, we're not born knowing how to have sex, but our relationship with sex is learned. And I'm, quite... I talk about this quite a lot because of where I came from, because of the fact that, I came from a relationship where there was only, there was two virgins. I use that analogy of we're sitting in a, we've got a kitchen and we've got full of all this amazing, cutlery and utensils and foods and all this kind of stuff. But unless someone taught me how to use all that, I'm still probably going to make just cheese on toast. Right? Because because it takes life experience and testing and playing with all these kind of things, and also being taught what each of those things do together to really make a difference. And so this is where it really kind of affected me. I literally was like, wow, if only I'd been taught this so much earlier about desire and about these communication techniques, how incredible it would be. But I'm not saying there's ever a point that it's too late, because, my sex life and my relationship is stronger than it's ever been, and it is 21 years old. And, it's one of those things that being proactive, it's at the beginning or the end of a relationship. And it comes down to education and communication. And education is the thing that I've talked about a lot, that we kind of miss out on, and that we don't necessarily open ourselves up to, other than what we get from schooling. So the You and Sex membership page you can see on my website. And as I put here, it's opening up the conversation of sex, creating a safe space for women and vulva owners to learn, explore and change views on sex in a healthy, informative, natural, open, positive and straightforward way. For better sex, for the sex that you want, to break some taboos and to share the right information to the new generation. And I do tack that on a lot to the end of my thing. I think it's being a mum and having young kids and having them come home with these really base kind of information, and reading how much they're kind of, they're missing from pretty much just there is no one who you can say is at fault for that we need to make sure that we are covering a lot of that. And whoever you are in that space, we're trying to break that cycle for that next generation. So it's it's time to think about sex without the taboo factor. And I want to talk about it a lot when it comes to being proactive as well. I'm not here necessarily to work or to to be in this space where we have a big concern or a particular worry sort of right now. In fact, sometimes in them situations it's much better to have someone come in and actually do more one-to-one work with you. But this is really about being proactive and thinking about what those taboos are, and how maybe it's time to get rid of that you've got to be a good girl mentality, and getting rid of some of those stereotypes. So is the membership for you? So It's perfect if you are in or looking for long-term relationships. When I say long-term, that doesn't mean the 20 years. A long-term relationship could be however you deem a long-term relationship. So you're curious about sex, but perhaps never found that safe space to explore. You understand the value of sex has in a relationship, and you want to spark your desire to want sex and make positive changes in the future. It's quite broad. Basically, if you're interested in sex, we will cover something for you. So we're going to explore and empower ourselves, think about sex in a positive and exciting light, create the sexual person that you want to be, uncover your desires, enjoy a healthy sex life, be a good role model for the younger generation, and become better connected with our partners. So I am launching founding members at £25 a month, and there's that sticks for as long as you're in there, and there's no minimum contracts or tie-ins. But more importantly, how does it work? So I've obviously launched this with them, spoken to a lot of people. I've got 2 more amazing guests coming on very shortly, and this is what's really important. How I'm showing how this varied. This very profession, there's so many people out there that I want to bring in, and I will be speaking to and sharing their knowledge and their interviews, talking about things to really kind of bring all this stuff to light, because the more awareness we have of this subject, the more we can reduce these stereotypes. So within the membership, there is actually 5 modules that I've actually built out. So they're actually the base educational modules, I call them Sex 101, that actually go through various different topics. So it's about your history. So it's finding that story, like who you are. Yes, we're going to cover some anatomy because, I admitted I didn't know what the clitoris looked like until I was 34. We're going to talk about some of, but more in detail on desire and arousal, about climax, about masturbation, and importantly about communication. But this, what I've created here is that base, as I said, the 101 kind of knowledge. What then leads that to is what I've had today, and had these experts come in who are going to talk more about a specific area within that. So that communication level, I'm really bringing it, right up there, talking about body confidence, and really kind of bringing that up there, about gender, about diversity, about stress, orgasm, well-being, health, and female well-being as well. And they'll be in there doing lives and masterclasses full of information and takeaways, fortnightly, depending on who I've got in, maybe more often than that. There's resources and sextivities, which I call them my sextivities. They're my actions. They're my PDFs that kind of go through a process that you can do for the rest of the things. I'll be adding new ones in all the time. I've got loads more to add. I've put a few in there, and I'm going to be continually adding them each week. My links with books and blogs, and things, videos to have a listen to, people who I admire and who have taught me. Out and about, this is my slightly different thing, where I've made it also slightly a bit different. I think one of the things that I always found is I never wanted to go into, say, a sex club or a sex toy shop that, you'd walk past them in towns and you'd think, oh, I don't think I want to go in there. So I'm actually going to take you on a little bit of a journey every now and then, when we're allowed out, of course, and take you, and introduce you to these spaces, walk you through that door, and talk to, the owners and people around, to actually, kind of make that realization of how normal and relaxed, these kind of people are. They know people love to talk to you about all these different topics, and they're really open to it, to be in there. You've witnessed, I've called it sexercise because you have to play on words, but you've witnessed that, and that Lucy will be in there with me fortnightly doing some sessions, which you can follow, not follow, just enjoy watching me, just exhaust myself a little bit more. And of course, a community as well, which I've also built on a platform called Discord. And Discord is all about allowing a bit more privacy. So Facebook, of course, if you go onto Facebook, you're going to end up being able to follow everyone back to their own profiles and their own information. What Discord allows everyone to do is to be able to have your own avatar picture and your own username. And the only person who will know who that person goes to in real life will be me, and only because of admin purposes. It means if you want to share something personal, you can do that without really anyone knowing necessarily who you are. Likewise, it doesn't matter if you want to use your real name, but it just allows that level of confidentiality if you need it and you would like it. So, and there's full instructions on how to do that in there. So I'm just going to really finish with just to say, as I mentioned here, I'm doing a family members, it's £25 a month. Within there as well, for family members, you get a free 30-minute session with me, like one-to-one, to discuss basically what's going on with you and why you're here and all that kind of stuff, but also to make sure that space is what you need. So if you need a specific thing, a specific education on a certain thing that you might flag up with, then I can make sure that there's an expert in there that can help you. So, those founding members are getting to come in here and say to me, Jess, I need this. Also, there'll be discounts on many of my services in there, but particularly at this point, I'm offering a 50% discount off my Desire Intimacy coaching, which can be worth up to £500. And so that's anyone within there. Also, anyone who joins will be put in the hat, where one member will win a free 5-week coaching package, and another 4 will either choose from a free subscription to OMG Yes or a date night box from Box 42, which if you've not looked at OMG Yes yet, amazing product. And obviously, if you need some ideas from date nights, again, Box 42 is amazing. So there's them kind of things in there as well. So say £25 a month. This is as good as that sale gets. I'm going to be talking to many more people over the next couple of weeks who are going to be coming in and having conversations with me more deeply in the membership. And yeah, it's really about trying to find, really about my passion was creating this space where I could take you on more of a journey. I didn't want to provide necessarily a course where I kind of did something with you and sent you off into the world, because my view on this is very much that we have a journey when it comes to sex from birth to death. We are sexual beings, and some of us might like to jump into these things, but others others of us need to take things perhaps slower or need a bit more information as we go. So I'm doing that. Remove me. If you have any questions about that at all, I would love to answer them. I am only opening the membership for a short amount of time. And I can't remember how long that is at the minute. I think it's about 3 weeks. Just to open it up to be able to kind of control what's going on to begin with. And then I will be doing more of these summits to talk about things and also open it again. But I don't know when that will be yet. But so please, if you've got any questions, any information that you would like, you want to even chat with me beforehand and just kind of go, just not sure, what's going on, then please do drop me a message. Other than that, I just wanted to let you know, so next week, on the 4th, I will be live on here talking to Sam Palmer at, these are all at 12 p.m. And she is a menopause expert. On the Friday of next week, I'm talking to Jennifer Mackenzie, and joining me, and we're going to talk about self-pleasure. Pre-warn you, me and Jenna are another couple who could basically talk for hours when it comes to sex, sexuality, all these kind of topics that go around it. And lastly, Rachel Brew on Monday the 10th, again at 12 p.m. And we're going to be talking a bit more about body confidence, especially over 50. So yeah, apart from that, I am going to take 2 minutes to drop off and have a quick wee, although I'm not dropping off. I'm just going to pop a little, please wait, I'll be back in a second. And then I'm going to bring on my next guest, who I can see is waiting patiently in the downstairs waiting area. I don't know what to call it. She's downstairs. She's ready in the broadcast section. So give me 2 minutes and I'll be back. And only if I can find where the button is. Let me do. Thank you for that. 2 minutes. Right. So my next guest. I'm not really sure what I can say about this one. This one's this is where I like to say we're hitting that 9 o'clock after the watershed a little bit more. So I'm super excited because we're going to talk about orgasms. You know, what's not to love about talking about orgasms on a Wednesday evening? So she's the founder of 12 The Experience, an online course, which is all about sharing and celebrating in female sexuality and practical guidance for exploring the 12 different orgasms. So I am going to bring Sarah on. Let me bring you on. Let's pop you in that view. There we go. Hello.
Hello. This is exciting. How are you?
I'm very well. And how are you doing?
I'm good. I've just got the kids to sleep, so that's good.
I don't think mine are.
I'm flying solo this week, so I was a bit like, right, we need to get this sorted.
off the list. Yes. And it's always the day that they might, decide to just play up just a little bit.
Yeah, completely. But you've been going for 4 hours, Jessica. How are you?
I'm a little bit like, how do people do this for all day? Like, where they do it for ages, don't they? Like, and I was thinking I was going to do it for like 10. And I thought, you know what, this is probably a bit much for my first one. Let's cut it down a bit. And now I'm thinking, yeah, for one thing, I'm a bit worried that the microphone's quite close to my stomach and it keeps grumbling.
Have you eaten?
No.
Oh,
so I had a big lunch to make sure, and like I've got like a prep thing in a minute, but it was really funny. It went a minute ago and I was thinking, it's quite close to me. Can that hear? Like, people are going,
feel free to snack. I mean,
Well, I am, Sarah, I'm not that organised apparently, but you see, we are doing an extension, and this weekend we're having to move out of the house. So,
oh my God.
Fun and games. Yeah, we weren't expecting to need to, but unfortunately the builders need to cut off our water and the drains have got to go. So we just kind of gave up and went, sorry, Mum, see you at the weekend. me, hubby and 2 kids just moving in with my mum.
Oh, bless. Is she close?
Yeah, she's only around the corner.
Okay.
So no, she's fine. I think she's partially looking forward to it because my dad's quite a bland eater. So
okay,
it's kind of like she's got an excuse. She's like, oh, I haven't had chili in a long time. It's that kind of bland. So it's like, finally going to be able to get actual different meals passed in, because you just will have to eat it. If I'm like, no, just eat it. That's what you get. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, so no, so there's been no shopping because of the fact that I obviously don't want to waste stuff in the, you know what it's like. You just kind of can't work out what to do with stuff. So I've given up. So yeah, so probably the next 2 days are going to be takeaways, purely because I'm like, there's no point in buying fridge food, right? What an excuse.
Yeah. Ooh, I love a takeaway though.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing wrong with that. Not for a couple of days.
No, nothing wrong with that at all. You deserved it. You've earned it. 4 hours in, Definitely.
4 hours in. Exactly. Oh dear me. But yeah, so thank you so much. I keep whacking the thing too. So thank you so much for coming on and having a conversation. We've had a couple of conversations, which obviously I've loved, because I love talking about anything to do with sex anyway.
We have that in common.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about orgasms. So before we get started, do you want to introduce yourself? A little bit. That'd be good.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this. I just have so much respect for what you're doing here. I think it's phenomenal, so thank you. It's a real privilege to be part of your inaugural summit. I have broadcast or produced or created a podcast called 12 The Experience, and it's about the 12 different ways a woman can apparently orgasm. And so what I did was I did an episode per orgasm, and I did a load of research. I looked into the physiology, the anatomy, which I heard you mentioning earlier. I looked into the psychology, sometimes into anthropology, often into sociology, popular culture, and I just tapped into this rich source of topic that is just taboo still, even in so-called advanced feminist Western cultures, and as well as that, as well as writing about each one, I also tried to find each orgasm with my partner H, who was a willing partner in crime.
They're willing half the time, isn't it? So it's strange.
so each episode, is quite honest and quite vulnerable and really open. But I felt like that's what was needed, because I think we should bring this beautiful part of humanity out from the shadows and up from the gutter, and make it part of daily discourse and celebrate it, which I know that you feel really passionately about as well. And so I've hit over 30,000 downloads on that, and it's still going, currently in the top 10 in India, although not exactly now, I'm sure, but because of the news, and then I went and created 12 the Experience, which is a 12-week course, and it was really about bringing women together to start talking about their sexuality, and to talk about more of what I discovered in the podcast in more detail, and we're just about to finish, and so next Tuesday is the last of the 12 calls, because we've had one a week for 12 weeks. It's been absolutely incredible. Honestly, it's carried me through. It's been like an anchor through the last sort of 12 weeks, and we've struck up a really beautiful sisterhood, a really beautiful kind of connection between us all. So yeah, amazing. I feel just so blessed to be in this space. It's just such a great space to be in. It's a real privilege.
It's so incredible how you said it. It's just like trying to find these spaces, these safe spaces. They really are quite hard to find when we want to explore this, and finding that community that can be done in, and actually that connection is incredibly powerful, isn't it? It's incredible how much we can kind of like champion each other through some of these conversations, and I think I spoke about it earlier. It's that it's an element of like that permission giving to kind of go and you're doing this, and this is what I loved about it. It was like you literally said it. It's the vulnerability, and that's actually what's given me the kind of the most feedback, the most positivity about anyone I speak to, is because I will openly share about my ups and my downs and my things that are going on. And where I need to learn more, and all of this, but not only with with my partner, but with other people, kind of go, I'm okay with sharing this, because you can see some of that vulnerability to finally kind of go, oh, me too, or I'm allowed, or and it is that permission. I'm allowed to move, to move through. And you're of course excitingly going to be continuing to run this course, aren't you? Throughout the years as you go through, and obviously be able to expand it, which I can't wait, because I've obviously looked at some of the content, because we actually met. I think you were about on week 4, I think, actually. So it must have been a couple of months ago that we initially done. So you were still kind of at that space, at the beginning. So it's amazing to hear how that's kind of gone through that whole journey. And I'm sure there's been many learnings.
Always are.
As we go through. And how that can kind of turn into this real motion, this real movement of having these spaces, and which is why I wanted to be here. I want to be able to shout about people like you who are doing this, who are going, come and have a chat with us. Let's come and learn some of this in I suppose what I've kind of created it in a bigger bigger, but in the sense of kind of going more a step away from people, so they can have a bit more kind of away from it, kind of learn and tidbit. And of course doing courses like this is where you can go kind of okay, I get that now I'm going to go into that really kind of deep. And it's exactly what I've done from many of my my courses, my coaching styles and all this kind of stuff. When you really can, when you're ready, you go deep into it, and it's really kind of incredible what you can come out with. But incredible, but also that kind of thing going, why did I not do this bloody years ago?
Yes, I couldn't agree more.
like, what happened? I'm like, where was the people shouting about it? And I think that's what we're doing, right? We're just kind of going, guess what? Let's shout about it. You're never too old, but you're also never too young. So let's, jump on and really learn about what's going on.
Yeah.
Definitely. So obviously one of the focuses, as you said, that you do within this is you talk about the 12 ways, and you did loads of research on this, didn't you, on orgasms, like to go through. How did that come across, like when you were obviously, when you're teaching and, positivity? Because what obviously I don't want you to give away too much, but what are the 12 ways that
yeah, and they are apparently, so I think this is
ways.
12 different ways that women can apparently orgasm. So this is important. And also I think the other thing that's really important, and something that I say a lot in the podcast and then on the course, is that this isn't just another like tick box exercise. So this is not yet another kind of thing that women have to now achieve on top of everything else. Like, that is absolutely not how I operate, and not the sort of ethos and message that I want to be sending out. So the work that I'm doing is like deeply rooted in, first and foremost, like self-love and understanding the context within which all of this is operating, and understanding the barriers that are nothing to do with you between yourself and your pleasure as a woman. So we're talking about, patriarchal systems, like the history of the clitoris, all of that we talk about in great depth, so that when, on the course, so that when we do get to the house of pleasure, as I call it, which we get to at the end, that they're really rooted in that. Like, that's just so important. I do not want to be like that kind of person who creates more anxiety in women's lives. Far from it. I want to be completely the opposite. So the different ways that a woman can apparently orgasm, of which I have not achieved all by a long shot, but I'm a little bit further along than I was when I started, is the clitoris, the G spot, the U spot, which is around the urethra, the U shape around the urethra, the A spot, which is up at the top of the vaginal canal, just below the cervix, the cervical orgasm, the breast orgasm, the mouthgasm or throat orgasm. That was very contentious and a very interesting one. The blended orgasm, which is an orgasm which is like, it could be an external plus an internal orgasm at the same time. So, we're talking real connoisseurs here, and I'm nowhere near this. So it's like the equivalent of having, like, say, a G-spot orgasm at the same time as a nipple orgasm. Yeah. One day, maybe. A sport orgasm, which is when there's a part of your body that is highly erotic but is not an erogenous zone. So it could be behind your neck, it could be the back of your knees. I had a really amazing session where the palm of my hand was just driving me crazy one time. So it's that kind of stuff. And then there's anal, deeply too, and then there's mental. So I think I got them all there. And of all the ones which I was the most kind of about, the mental is the one that I've had proven to me that it can happen, and it does happen by people time and time again. So women can just orgasm with no touch, just through the power of their own minds. And I love that. I love that.
I mean, I have to say, miles off being able to do it. I don't know if, I think it's I always view it on one of those things going, it's definitely something you have to be able to be in control of your body with, removing every part of that lie. You have to meditate through it. You have to, because if you've got a little bit of stress in there, if you just kind of like going, yes, we're all doing good, and it's like, did I put dishwasher on?
Yeah.
No. And it is, isn't it, right? That's literally what happens sometimes. And that happens whether you're trying to do it yourself or whether you're trying to do it with a partner. You're just kind of like something will trigger something to kind of think, oh, just before I hit that peak, let me just wonder about if the kids' shoes are clean or dirty for tomorrow. What's going on? And we kind of go through those like conversations. But I mean, I love the variety of orgasm. Although have you I had something come through the other day to me about the coregasm. We done coregasm. Yes. How does that hit in one of them 12? Does it hit like
So I don't know, and this is the thing, and this is what's so fascinating, is that now someone's saying there's an eargasm, you know, a coregasm, and I think what we're saying is we are orgasmic. So
Yes.
that's what we're saying. We're basically saying that get it right, get in the right state of mind, get rid of all of this mad conditioning that's just, you know, kind of wrecking our relationship with our bodies and our sexuality, and we can pretty much orgasm from anything within reason if we're in the mood and we want to and it feels good. You know what I mean? I think this is essentially the message, and I think and for me, so 12 is just a sort of hook, you know, which is hanging my hat, because all I'm saying with it is, wow, we haven't even, it's tip of iceberg stuff. It really, really is.
Sexuality in itself, in especially female sexuality, is still on the tip. It's still it's still the bottom. It's still got so far to go, because we haven't even, you know, it's I kind of look at it in kind of that look of like that, the Western, as you say, the Western medicine, all that kind of stuff that always happened. And I've done a video that's in the membership about like a brief kind of history about stuff. But actually, if you look through it, so much of it makes sense why we haven't got anywhere. And it's not until the 60s that we've got anywhere with the contraceptive pill. Then the 80s and the HIV, unfortunately, put a big old kibosh on quite a lot of that freedom of exploring sexuality. And in some ways, we're actually even still only coming out of that now with that bit more understanding of what that meant and what that means. So we're still really at this point of kind of going, this is really a new profession, and people really kind of like, they don't get that. They say it's sex, and we've been doing it for years, and it's just always been here. But this space of being able to kind of go explore female sexuality and kind of go, this is who you are, this is what you can do, this is what your body's like set to do, is, you know, is incredible, and it's new, and that's why I think it's like really important. I had someone say to me only, I think it was last week, the week before, because I've lost track of time. You know, she was like, if people help one person or 500 people, the whole point is at the moment, you know, we really are changing lives. You know, there is a real massive shift. You can literally massively shift someone when we're talking about sex. And, you know, you kind of think, well, in some ways, it's a shame that that's the way, because we shouldn't need to, you know, kind of have these conversations this deeply and be able to make these massive changes. But you can, you know, from, you know, your relationships, who you are, your relationships, your, you know, family relationships, your business, you know, it can all be related, because it brings in this, you know, confidence of who you are. And I'm like, yes, you know, this is who I am, and I like that, and I will be this person, and it's great. And it can all come from this, you know, this empowerment around like our sexuality.
Absolutely. We are powerhouses, and we've had it all shut down, and there's a really important relationship, I believe, between, you know, ourselves and our sexuality. It's a huge pillar of a sense of identity, and women have been kind of robbed of that up until now, and yeah, it feels like it's going to make a huge difference on so many levels. And I couldn't agree with you more. You can make just such a big difference to an individual. And it's been so fascinating on 12 The Experience, because we've got some women who are like, oh my God, I'm now waking up in the morning orgasming. And then we've got other women who are like, I am just starting to have a relationship with my vulva and my vagina again. And I'm working on that. And so they're all in very different places, but what we've done is created an environment where everyone feels incredibly safe, and so everyone is able to share. It's a game changer. I agree, Jessica.
It's and you're right as well, is that everyone's journey, you know, we're being these unique, awesome individual people. Our journeys are, you know, are different. You know, some people can, you know, experience orgasm much easier than others, and it's not only, you know, it's positioning of body parts as much as it is also our upbringing and how we've been taught ourselves, like kind of these messages, and what we're allowed to take, what pleasure we're allowed to take. And, you know, you do have to kind of take it. You have to grab it by the horns. It's our own individual responsibilities to kind of go, mine, I'm having that, it's mine, I'm taking it.
And that in itself is a huge lesson for women to learn, to receive pleasure, to demand pleasure, you know, to want pleasure is in itself, you know, kind of challenging a construct, you know. And it's just when you start, that's why it's such an amazing topic, because once you start, your mind's blown, because it's you know, it affects everything. It just, it's like it's incredible in that regard, I think.
I think as well it goes through this this satisfaction kind of topic that you can have as well. I think particularly for women having, you know, not necessarily having. So I call it, when I talk about it, sort of, I've done like a little talk on it, I call it a climax rather than an orgasm, because of the fact that actually we can have our satisfaction from something other than experiencing the orgasm. And I think that makes us very different, because, you know, from a male perspective, orgasms tend to happen due to penetration. So there is always this part of sex, but as a woman, we can they have done, you know, they've done studies on it, that there's also an issue with us, not me, not you, but taking that satisfaction and taking it to make sure that they're satisfied first, that the partner is satisfied first, just like we do. The kids are checked on first, and this is happening first, and work's on first, and then what's left for kind of us. And, you know, it's much bigger story from that happening than it is for women, but men will concentrate on their own pleasure first. And it's that whole patriarchal message that's come through of like, yep, I'm taking what I want. And female women, you know, no, you need to make sure everyone else is happy, content and sorted and done before you take it. So we're stuck in this like kind of story, kind of go, no, you know, why? Let's actually let's break some of that cycle and kind of go, no, every person is entitled to pleasure. Every single person is entitled to pleasure, and however that is that you receive it, and pleasure and happiness, and it doesn't have to be with a climax or an orgasm, but it does have to be if you want it to be. You know, you just can't. I always say that it's like I can quite happily have sex, and when I say sex, I will also use sex for every part of sex. So sex just includes as well me giving a blowjob. That's still sex to me, because it is.
Yeah, agreed.
But I can do that and finish, and it's fine. But I don't necessarily need to have any kind of. It's like, I always, there again, I have a blowjob power thing going on, you know, like when you're kind of in control of that, you're a little bit like, yeah, that's a bit of a power trip going on right now. And I think that then becomes enough of my satisfaction to kind of like that whole picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting to, like, with the work that you're doing and kind of doing this and exploring all these ways that we can experience orgasm, because there's this big wide picture about it. There's not, you know, there's not this one way of like reaching that point of going, woohoo, we're all, you know, we're all. I'm
trying to push against this sort of the pornography, the story of porn, you know, and how we have we've reduced sex, we've reduced it, and so now it is literally just, you know, penis into vagina, and that is. You know, and that is wrong on just so many levels. And so I suppose what I'm trying to do is just to blow that out of the water, because that's just so reductive and damaging in that. And it's such a pervasive message, isn't it? And so many people are watching porn. It's dangerous. Like, I'm not saying I'm down. Let me just. I'm not down on porn. There's some really great, like, female-led porn stuff happening. It's brilliant, you know. But the point being that majority of it is the male gaze, and that's what it's reduced to. And we're losing something really magical and mystical in that. Most definitely. The
POVs, isn't it? The old male point of views that you always see everywhere. I mean, I laugh because I will say to people that, you know, that when people say to me, do you watch porn all day? Is that what you do? And I'm like, not. But I said, but when I do watch porn, I do have a pen and paper, because I actually like to sit there and kind of go, wow, that's impressive noises coming out, but that's probably not doing much. And I actually was talking about this the other day again, because, well, I don't know why I talk about all this kind of stuff, but you know, there's the stories that we see, like not only in porn, but in everything that we watch, those films that see these couples just fall into bed and it's all good, and they're having, it's not how we work.
I did an Instagram recently, and it was about Industry, this HBO series that then went on to iPlayer, and like I literally was timing it between first kiss and penetration, and it was I know it's a drama, I know there's quick cuts, I get all of that, but the storytelling was very clear. It was less than 2 minutes between that a woman kissing a man and then being penetrated, and it was the same in Bridgerton as well. And it's like, no, Bridgerton was trying so hard to be progressive, and it achieved that to a point, although I think there's quite a lot of, you know, genuinely healthy criticism around it, but it definitely didn't achieve it in realistic representation of penetrative sex. It takes on average a woman 20 minutes to get.
So we did a really long film for this. It's like, so we're going through a whole, like, you know, romantic comedy, but we are taking 60 minutes to go from start to finish, because we've got to warm up, do things, foreplay, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But there's got to be a way to take that. I'm really excited about the filmmaker or the storyteller who achieves this some way, you know, tells the story and, you know, presents it realistically, because it's come on, it's so much more than that.
Exactly. But you're right, and you're so right, and there's so many things, and it gives so many you know, so many impressions of what that's like for, you know, and for anyone, from watching it from naive, you can watch, you know, you can know, your young kids can watch it and kind of go, okay, that's how it works. And, you know, it's teaching, you know, girls that actually they shouldn't need that, so why is it taking so long? And it teaches boys to just wham bam, thank you ma'am, and we're all done. And there, you know, there isn't really anything out there that kind of really goes, you know, you can, I mean, sure, you've done it before, saying, by the way, you know, you could take a good 20 minutes, you know, 20 minutes to 40 minutes for, you know, for real point of pleasure, yet, you know, it's 3 to 8 minutes when for ejaculation for a man.
Yeah.
So what needs to be in the 0 to 22 minutes or 20 minutes is all female led. That's the whole thing. And then you got, obviously, that, you know, you have to come in, but it's not a story that's told anywhere, is it? There is no story told anywhere that's accessible.
And also the bits that are awkward, you know, and when you're not, you know, when you just, you're lying on my arm and that really hurts, and you just caught my hair, and do you know what I mean? The humanity in it, you know, the reality in it, you know, that would be so refreshing as well, wouldn't it? Just to see a sex scene that had that kind of,
but someone farted in.
Well, something, great. But I mean,
that's a little bit like
comedy though, and I feel like we've seen it in comedic terms. It would be great to see it, you know.
You're right. There's none of them awkward, even when they're trying to depict, you know, you know, like a loss of virginity style one. It's awkward in the wrong way. It's like this naivety awkwardness, not like that kind of like going, oh, you know, that's fun, and there's no wildness about it either. It's always really like, it's passionate and intense, you know, when actually most of the sex that I have is wild and fun and kind of like going, oh my god, what just happened? I don't even know what happened. You know, you can go from like,
what even did we do?
Like you know, and I always joke things like, because as soon as I mention the word, right, we've got 5 minutes to have a quickie, because you'd never say it, because it never happens. It's great. So I want a really long session, I just go, should we have a quickie? Amazing. But it, you know, it's these kind of, there's just so many things out there that give that impression of not real life in any which way. And when they're so much more accessible than what we're allowed to talk about, because we are restricted. Sexual professionals, I'm surprised I've not been kicked off this yet, because I really honestly, the risk that, especially like on various things like Facebook and things like that, you know, I work really, really hard to kind of get those things to grow and to say things and do. And it's really hard because, you know, I've known people who've been kicked off for like 3 months because they said sex one too many times, or they said orgasm one too many times, or, you know, something that's been picked up on. because none of these channels will, you know, allow a really free kind of speech about it, because they just blanket sex. And that's the problem. That's why I've said a minute ago, I said, you know, I tell people that what I do for a living, and I was going sex educator, and I've changed that to desire and intimacy coach, purely because if I say sex educator, like a crude message kind of hits in this space. And it's kind of like, but that's what happens with like blanket, you know, places we can broadcast or talk about things. You know, pretty much a podcast is pretty safe these days. Lives are pretty much because they can't keep up with you, like, too bad. But after, you know, anything else, you know, they just throw it off because it's sex talk. It's like, yes, but it's not. It's really important sex talk, you know, but it's blanketed, you know, across, you know, the whole of like all these platforms. It's ridiculous. And that's one of the definite things that need to kind of like change and be taken off and moved, and so that we can actually have these conversations. So
because I think a lot of it, and what I've come across, and I'm sure you have too, is just people wanting to know that they're normal. You know, and that's another reason I like 12, is because it's, you know, showing that it's so expansive, it's so varied. Like, what's going to work for her is not going to work for him, is not going to work for they. Do you know what I mean? It's like Emily Nagoski says, there are as many different, you know, sexualities as there are human beings on this planet, in sort of that way, some way like that. But, you know, and it's so true, and that's also part of it from my point of view. Is really celebrating that, is and as you say, like, these being shut down, what it does is it keeps it in the underground, it keeps it in the gutter, and people are just, you know, fighting with such a lot of angst because of that, and therefore not having as much fun and not being as empowered as they could and need to be and should be to fulfill their own potential.
Exactly.
That's as I see it.
You know, that taboo, as soon as that kind of word comes out, it's like the taboo subject. It's that thing we're not allowed to talk about. You know, we have to hide it behind that closed door and not share, you know, things with people around you even. You know, I think up until I started kind of really delving into this work, it was some of the things that you realize you also had really superficial conversations. You didn't even realize you did it. Like, I did them with my partner, I did them with my best friend. I'd have superficial conversations. It would always be the good stuff. It would always be the, you know, yeah, we had a great one, and yeah, you know, I really loved it. But I would never kind of sit there and sort of go, well, the other night this happened and I wasn't entirely sure. And because by not doing that, we're all sitting there with those in our head kind of going, yeah, but there was this one time.
Yeah, and it's so important now, isn't it? Like, post Me Too, well, not post, I mean, we're still in the Me Too movement. It's still a very important movement. But, you know, it's like, this is why these conversations have to be had, because we have to move forward. And so we have to start communicating about it, because consent is so vital. It was before, but now it's kind of out there that it is, and so therefore that's why it's so important now that we evolve and start learning how to talk about these things. But they are really, really difficult things to talk about. It's you know, you and I, we've been in the space for a while, we've done our own work. You know, I've done a lot of work, and I still sometimes find it hard to say what I want, and, you know, for that to land elegantly and be well received. You know, it's just difficult. It is a difficult space, because we're sort of pioneering in it. I'm just conscious of time, because you said I should help you with time, and it's I don't want to overlap with the other guests.
She is she's not pinged up there just yet, so okay. we're all good for a second. Good. A few minutes. Yeah, no, I think I say we could have conversations about this for ages as well. I love having some chats with you. I'm so excited about like what you're putting together and this program, and how you're going to be just helping even more people with the time, and just explore that amazing world of sexuality safely and openly, and as you say, at your own pace. Because then you find that what I find really interesting is, because we're still very much missing that base education, that base education, everyone can pick what they need from it, because it still really is that bottom level, you know. Right. And then you can pick what you need from it. And yes, some people will champion further than others, but then there's also nothing wrong with that. You know, you talk about the whole, you know, people have asked me going, well, you know, do I need to spice up my sex life? And I'm like, well, are you happy with it? Well, yeah, then no. That you don't, whether you have loads of sex or no sex is just as valid, you know.
No, well, this is it. Like, that is another hugely damaging myth, is that you know, if you're not having it 3 times a week, it's not right, you know. And if I could dispel one myth, it would be that one, actually, because I think that creates so much unnecessary pressure. It's what works for you at the end of the day. Like, some people like yoga, some people like kickboxing, swimming, and it's the same with sex. You know, some people like fantasies, some people like the missionary, some people like, you know, it 5 times a week. Like, it's all interchangeable and all deeply personal. And I don't think people know that. I think they feel as if there is a set, you know, requirement that needs to be achieved, and they don't. And that's because it's been so depersonalized. It's been so sort of uncoupled from us that we don't even know that it's ours to own and drive and design, and, you know, and instead everyone's just looking around at everybody else going, well, are we like them? Like, we should be like them, you know. And I see it a lot. It's
like people, isn't there one of the most, you know, the popular questions, like, well, how many times should I be having sex a week?
Oh my God.
Quality over quantity. Like, if, like, I could say to you, go and have sex every day for them, you know, and that's it. That's what you need to do. But if that sex is crap, then, well, you know, there's still no point in it. The whole point is the pleasure. So whether it's like once a day, you know, once a week, or, you know, if you're an agreeable partner, there's nothing unhealthy about the once a year. If that is, the problem comes only when you have that mismatched in desire and want. But if that's an agreeable thing, you just, like, that is still like a perfectly genuinely healthy response to what you need and how you feel. But yeah, it's very interesting, like, how that kind of message gets kind of stuck in there, and how that's become such a popular question.
Because everyone's sort of hitting themselves over the head with it, you know. It's like, oh, you know, another thing I'm not doing right. I'm not having enough sex. You know, I did that before I, you know, got into this world. I was definitely doing that.
Exactly, such an easy thing. Right. I will need to finish up. So you will drop me some links over. Let me know, or do you know when you're starting your next 12-week course yet? Have you picked your date yet when you're going to run it again?
I haven't picked it. I think it's going to be June, and I think it's actually going to be 8 weeks, because I think 12 is quite a big commitment, especially over the summer. But I will certainly keep you up to date and ping you all the information as soon as you will be like the first person, Jessica, to have that information.
Absolutely. I will love that, and I'd love to share it and talk about it a lot. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for having such an open conversation with me, and joining me on this pioneering of, you know, shouting about female sexuality. Is incredible work that you're doing, and I love it. And we will catch up very soon and have wonderful rest of the evening. And I'll catch you later.
Thanks for having me. Bye for now.
Bye. Oh, I clicked a button, took Sarah off, and just pinged you straight on. Sorry. I will do a lovely introduction for you now. You are the last one, so I've lost the plot. Hang on a second. Right. I actually wrote you an introduction, so here we go. We obviously met very recently, really. That's what even about months ago that we started the course. We started a course together, and, you know, you obviously mentioned you work a lot with trauma and relationships, and I feel how that's a really vital conversation to have, because I'm with my training, because it's more coach related rather than therapist. I'm trained in trauma awareness, not actual trauma. So it's not therapy in space, and they're two very different things, aren't they? And I think that's really, really important for us to know. Like, I can obviously notice when there's something there, but I would then go, right, do you know what? You need to be passed on, and you know, someone who's actually has that real skill to really help, because it can be really important to make sure that we're talking properly and vitally about this information. So Would you like to introduce yourself? As I've pinged you on the screen.
No time for introductions. So hello everybody. My name is Kira and I am the founder of Redesign Your Vibe. I am a holistic trauma therapist and I support soul-led, ambitious women to thrive after traumatic experiences and really come back into alignment with their authentic selves. And help them realize that they are not the trauma. So I do this one-to-one and in group therapy, and through different types of therapies, from holistic and alternative wellness right through to mind-body therapies. While I believe as there's a place for talk therapy, and of course there's a place for coaching. I believe in getting really to the root cause of your issues, on a soul level, on a core cellular level, because that is exactly where the healing starts, and that is exactly where you can find long-lasting transformational change. So it was a really good point that you have made there, Jessica, is when you're a coach, you've got that awareness. And you realize then, okay, hold on a second, maybe this person needs to go back in order to go forward, and then that's when you would refer, and that's where I would come in then. That's where my place and everything would come in.
Exactly. And I think it's really important. I was taught it in all of my coaching, which I'm actually kind of really proud at, because I think it's very easy to kind of someone to say, yes, I can do kind of like everything and I'm aware of it. And of course, you can pick up on it. And, sexual trauma is obviously a massive topic. It's something that I actually talk about in the sense of when I welcome people into like a coaching practice, I will say to them, we just need to go through some conversation, because if you trigger something with me, I can't help you. There has to be, you have to either have sort of no trauma or prove to me that you've actually overcome that trauma. And it's, obviously that's obviously one of the hardest things to do without having, people around who are really, really trained for this. This is a specialist subject, and it's not something to just kind of go, yeah, we can do that, it's fine, because it can be, I think we've all got those things in our lives, haven't we? They've got those things that are triggering in our lives. That it doesn't matter who we are, there'll always be that thing. So what makes the difference between that thing that might kind of go, oh, that's really annoying, compared to the thing that really becomes the trigger when you can kind of go, do you know what, I need that deeper help and support?
Yeah, there is a fine line between the two, isn't there? We've all have things that, as you say, will trigger us day to day. There's things that come up that are, as you say, slightly annoying, that are inconvenient, that yes, may have an effect on us, that may impact us in a certain way. But when you're dealing with, unhealed underlying trauma, there's a lot more to that. There's more layers to that. And that is when this thing, as you say, this deep-seated thing in you that is always there, is having a real profound impact on your everyday life. It is affecting how you see yourself, how you see the world, how you perceive the world. Traumatized people, they don't see the world as safe. They don't feel safe. So they're always scanning for danger. My own journey with trauma, has taught me that, that I found myself for so long just constantly scanning for danger all the time. I didn't feel safe in the world, and with this kind of these kind of feelings, because it's not just thoughts, it's your feelings as well. Trauma is embodied, the mind and the body, they are not separate, they are one. And so this is an embodied thing as well as a mind thing. So when you've got these things showing up for you and they're having a detrimental impact on your day-to-day life and indeed in your relationships, that's when hold on a second here, there's something more. It's more than just an everyday trigger. This is more than just an inconvenience or something that I'm going through in the moment. It's something that even when you think you've moved past it, still has that effect, whether you realize it or not, still has that effect on your day-to-day living and your relationship with yourself and other people.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? And just thinking about some of it, how how to get through life these days, we're always on the go and always doing things, and how, you know, exhausting just a small amount of stress can be, you know, in our lives, let alone when we're kind of carrying something. And I mean, how long? I mean, how do people carry, you know, trauma for a long periods of time? In your expertise, did they, you know, in your experience, before they realize?
I think in my, you know, I always say this, it's kind of like my disclaimer is that there are no two people in this world the same. Everybody's unique and everyone's experiences are unique. You know, and you know, so it's not like there's no set way to experience a trauma, or no set time where you're going to experience that. But it usually, in my experience, can go right as far back as childhood, maybe early adulthood, you know, and that's carried then, you know, throughout the person's life until they actually seek the help for that. But the thing is, they might not even know. Most of the times, you know, people don't know that what they've been through is in fact trauma. You know, you can have, you know, one situation, one experience, we dealt with a trauma, and then, you know, on the other end of that spectrum, there could have been the same experience happen over and over again, or a set of experiences over and over again, you know, that might be different to each other, but all the same traumatic, you know, that you've carried around. And so, you know, as I say, it could be something that you're completely conscious of and you know where this trauma came from, or it could be completely subconscious where, you know, as you said, you just know there's something there, you just can't put your finger on it, or maybe it's buried deep. You know, it might not be in your mind, you know, at the forefront of your mind, but it's something that's there very deep from childhood that you're carrying around with you, you know.
Yeah. I suppose it kind of also takes, so I talk a lot about breaking the cycle, and so there is going to be something there that kind of hits, whether it's a barrier or breaking the cycle for someone to kind of go, wow, there is something there. You know, sometimes whether it is like a third party who can actually say there is something there, and you know, maybe you know, yes, you know, I suppose, I mean, I've never experienced trauma, and this is why I think these conversations are really important, because there's many people out there like me who have never experienced it. But I very much feel that this space needs to be talked about, because of the fact that we can't be ignorant of like how everyone else is around us. You know, there's many conversations you need to have about like mental health. I talk about STIs, because if we don't talk about them, people like, there's a stigma about it, no doubt, that, you know, you find people won't come to get help because it's like, I can't ask for help. And it's not even to the embarrassing point. It's a shame of thinking that I can't hold it together. If I should be able to hold this together, and I don't need my hand held. But you know, we're a tribal species when it comes down to it. You know, and that's the thing, where the messages come from, where we need to start separating ourselves into these individual, like, it's interesting, isn't it? Thinking about that, actually, I've just realized we are forced to be individual when it comes to the stresses of our lives, but we're forced to follow the herd when it comes to some of the things that make us so unique and amazing.
Yes. You know,
just what?
That's the irony. You know. Definitely, you know, as you say, we are tribal. We human beings crave connection. We want to, our brain's number one job for us is not to make you happy, it's to keep you safe, you know. So we're going to try and run towards what is pleasurable and run from what is painful, you know. So we seek connection instead of rejection. And that word that you said, you know, shame, that is the number one thing I deal with in traumatized people is, you know, that core wound of shame, you know, whether that is coming from the core wound, you know, that has come from the experiences that have formed these, you know, limiting beliefs that have formed, you know, this person's perspective on themselves and other people. You know, they've carried that story with them their whole life. That shame is there, and then that creates the feeling of, well, I'm not enough, or I'm not worthy, or I don't have a sense of belonging here, you know, and then that's carried through. And as you say, you know, when you go to seek help, it's like, well, you know, I can't talk about this because I feel so shamed about my shame. And there's, you know, there's no shame in this space. Says enter the space with me. There's no shame in this space, but it's you know, it's getting people to realize that this is not your fault and you're not your trauma. This is something that you've been through, but you are completely separate from that. Your worth is not measured by that. You're worthy all the time. But it's that shame that people feel after having been through a traumatic experience, or as I say, that more complex trauma. It's been over a period of time.
Yeah.
It's so hard for people to realize, hold on a second, I deserve this help. This is not who I am. And what I often find is the further back that they have, the less they've got to go back on beforehand, if you know what I mean, in terms of their identity. So the younger they were, the less they remember about the person they were before.
Yeah.
That's why I always tell people, you're not broken, you're just wounded. Your true self is there. She or he is just hiding behind, the trauma, because there's parts of you that are protector parts that are there trying to keep you from ever feeling that wound again. So you start to feel like that's who you are as a person, and it's not.
No. So I think about it as well, that there's that kind of like story of the rewire, and like you said, like with how that you run towards the pleasure and away from like the danger, but actually that danger as well, that thing that happens where you actually they get mixed up, don't they get mixed up, and you can continually run the wrong way, like subconsciously you're continually running into this danger because of something that's like that rewired a pathway at some point in your life to kind of go, that is a, I know we talk, we talk about the freeze and the flight and I always do these wrong. Freeze, flight, fright. Did I do that right?
Flight, fawn, and freeze. That's 4 trauma responses.
There's too many F's, and I kind of
the 4 F's. And when your body is triggered, when your mind, when you're triggered, by the trauma, it's that you don't actually even get to decide which response you're going for. It just happens. And as you say, the thing about neurons, they always say those that fire together wire together, and so as you say, it's that running towards what is familiar. And it's such an interesting point, especially in relationships, because we see, when we're younger and we go through these things, that is our normal, that is our familiar, and so we tend to attract more experiences and more people, more situations like that. It's like desperately trying to change that ending, find that happy ending, but running back into the same situations over and over again. And with that, you become more susceptible to these things, because each time you go through something, your self-worth, your self-esteem, that lowers and lowers and lowers. So you're more susceptible to attract people on that vibration, or situations on that vibration. And before you know it, history is repeating itself, and you're saying, well, you know what? This is just the way that it is. I'm just going to accept my lot. But it's because, you have not done that deep healing. All the affirmations in the world cannot scream over the whisper of trauma. The soul whispers will just start getting louder and louder until you address them. And the funny thing is, most people don't even know that they've been through trauma. Because people just associate it with big things like, an assault or war or big car crashes or death. It's the more subtle end of the spectrum as well. Like maybe having an emotionally absent parent or a critical parent, being teased at school, having friends who were never there for you, going into your early adult years and having like a boyfriend or a girlfriend who mistreated you. Anything that overwhelms the mind or body in that moment is trauma. It's with the mind and the body, it can't regulate itself, it doesn't feel safe, it's overwhelmed, and the system has been overwhelmed and it hasn't been able to kind of get itself back into a good way going. It just it stays in the body as well. It stays in the nervous system. So you're walking through life operating from a core wound and calling it a personality trait.
It's incredible how you say, like, how our brains work, and how we relate, and how much they obviously control. And as you said a minute ago about obviously how like brain and body obviously all kind of like come into one. I talk about that a lot when it comes to sex. People there's a lot of it when it comes up into the brain, and we can think ourselves in and out of sex if we want it and things like that. A lot of story there, but there is also the story that we don't kind of integrate our own bodies into our whole kind of like sexual experiences, and our relationships, or we'll very much pick a part of our body and need to feel as if we can cut it away from us, so it's like it doesn't become that. So I will talk about that when I talk about my stories about, you know, like plus size. Like I had a real issue with my thighs, for example. Like I absolutely hated it, and it would be a massive kind of thing if, like, you know, my hubby went anywhere like near me. And again, it's, you know, it took me kind of like making it my thighs needed my headspace rather, and like, and vice versa. And I think it can be, you know, as you say, like that wasn't necessarily a trauma experience, but it's enough to kind of start a path if you're not careful, like to go down a path, like little bit by little bit, isn't it? You can have these massive things, like you said, but you can also have smaller things that have built up over a longer period of time before they hit.
And definitely, you know, even, you know, because we're talking about sex and relationships and things, and here, when you have been through traumatic events in a relationship, that can create trauma as well, like narcissistic abuse, you know, emotional abuse. That is the most, in my opinion, and I think it is kind of, you know, backed up in more research now, it's the most detrimental type of abuse. You know, it actually breaks you down little by little. You know, I have been a victim of narcissistic abuse in a relationship, and, you know, going into that relationship one person and coming out of it a completely different person, you know, a shadow of my former self. You know, as you say, it's those little things just picked at over time, you know, where that affected how I saw myself as a person, and how I saw myself in relationships, and how I perceived relationships to be, you know, and going from relationship to relationship that resembled the same kind of thing, because those small things that I would never have perceived as trauma. I didn't even know what a narcissist was at that stage. You know, it was a long time ago now, but, you know, going through that and coming through that, looking back now as a professional, I'm like, yeah, oh my God. All the time.
There it is.
You know, and they're all there. And that was, you know, in my early 20s, you know, I'm in my mid-30s now, but that would have been, well, my mid-20s, you know, going through that. And always kind of looking at the person it was before. But the thing is that, you know, as I said, I was able to realize who I was before, because it happened to me in my mid-20s. So I knew the Kira I was before, and all those parts of me that had gone missing. And I was able to slowly but surely bring those back. You know, but as we said, the younger these experiences happen to you, the less you've got to remember about the person you were before. So you attach your worth, you attach your identity to these experiences, whether they're small or whether they're big. You know, that kind of way. And we could look in more depth of, okay, why do you feel the way you feel about that? Or why did you feel that way at the time? What triggered that? You know, that we could go probably away down that road. But as you say, you know, it wasn't a traumatic experience for you, but it was enough to start a ball rolling if you weren't careful. And it's amazing that you have that awareness, whereas, you know, most people don't.
No,
you know,
but it was, I think for me it was only that awareness from kind of like doing this work, and it had never kind of progressed enough further, and so I could literally pick up and go, hang on a second, me turning around and saying I don't have any sexual issues or issues like that was like, actually I do. And I think that's another thing, isn't it, being that in that space where I was in that space where I've been learning and surrounded by these kind of people who are who allow me to be vulnerable, allows me to come and say, do you know what, I need this, or this has happened, and, or, you know, am I jumping off a cliff somewhere wrong here, you know, is this, and you do, and because it always takes work. There's always work that you can do, like in a relationship, whether it's bright and sunshine one day, it doesn't mean the next day it's not going to be like, you know, like a whole like boom. But when you're in those kind of, you know, and so regardless of what relationship you're in, I think that's probably where it can, I suppose, get a blurred line, isn't it? Wherever you're in a relationship, there's all these ups and downs and waves with two different people, 2, 3, 4 different people. But you know, when it becomes the, you know, no longer, I suppose, the wave, but more of the dip, that you don't get back out of, that's really where you can kind of see, you know, see what it is. And in relationships, you know, we crave that, that love, we crave that one. And I mean, I have to admit, I'm not overly obviously familiar with narcissistic relationships, but my understanding was always, it's like they'll give enough to kind of keep you going, but then take that little bit more away every time. So there's always this build back up, right? There's always this kind of like, maybe it wasn't bad,
and then you know, they'll hook you up on me and then just completely tear you back down. You know, anything that's given is very swiftly taken away. And they use gaslighting a lot, you know, so, and they'll use words against you to describe you that is really describing themselves, like, you know, manipulation tactics, you know, things like that, you know, really breaking down your identity, but also making you feel at the same time like they're the one that's on your side.
Yeah.
You know, you really need them. It's horrific. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. You know, you come away from it going, am I mad? Am I crazy? You know, you think back, you've lost loads of friends. You know, they've started a whole smear campaign against you in the meantime, and it's hard. It's so hard. You know, it breaks people. You know, and that's where they come out traumatized. They could be dealing with complex PTSD. You know, a lot of people think things like PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, is after this big thing. You know, the more complex side of that are the smaller things that happen over a long period of time. You know, being exposed time and time again to that kind of environment.
Yeah.
You know, it's enough to leave you in that position of dealing with, you know, things like that.
And I suppose going into, you know, you're going into, like you mentioned already, these next relationships. If not going into, say, a similar relationship, you're going to go in on eggshells, right? You're going to go in, as you said, that you're still going to be that until you've dealt with it. You're still always going to be that completely different person. So you've gone into a relationship with someone new, still who not you are, you know, not the person you're meant to be or who you are. Yeah. So it's still not going to necessarily be all rays of sunshine, even if they're the best person on the planet, because they are, you know, you're in a relationship. There's 3 people in the relationship. There's not, you know, you know, you're still missing back in your, you know, years and years ago. It is just incredible, like just everything about it, and like the work that, you know, the work that you do is so important. You know, I 100% like the, you know, when it comes to, you know, sex and relationships, I think it's really topical because, you know, okay, we can go through these experiences, and there's a lot of shame put on sex, particularly before you even got to trauma, before you even got there. We're already in a shamed position, especially under female sexuality, to kind of go, no, you're not allowed.
Well, I grew up Catholic, so I hear you there, sister. We got all the shame, all the guilt before we even make it out the door. So it's hard, you know, and then going through trauma and stuff, you know, it kind of makes it even worse. It does, you know, it affects your sex life, it affects your relationships, you know, emotionally and physically. You know, there are big barriers put in place there. You know, as I said to you, you know, when someone is traumatized, they're constantly scanning the world for danger. You know, they don't feel safe. So, you know, as you said, going into these relationships, you know, there's barriers up, there's trust issues, there's, you know, always feeling like, you know, that the next thing's just about to happen, or that person's going to do the same thing. You know, it takes a lot for you to actually start to put trust and put faith in this person, you know, and actually start to feel worthy or good enough for them. You know, dealing with things like codependency in relationships, you know, it was still in that whole fawning thing, you know, where you're leaving behind your own needs and wants and ideals to try and, you know, keep a hold of what this is, what you've got, because, you know, you're just so afraid to lose it. It's, you know,
it's from, you know, from people, from people from, say, from the outside. Because obviously standing from the outside, it's much easier for us to kind of say, I can see it, you can see it more clearly because you know perhaps what you're looking for and things like that. I mean, how do you approach that with someone who perhaps, you're kind of sitting there going, I can see that you kind of need this support and this help, but you haven't seen it yet. Is there, because of course there's that whole worry of then triggering something that maybe is not there. How do we, from that outside in, kind of say to people, like, I think you do need that support safely. Is there any kind of, I know you can't give a tick box because it's not going to be an easy answer, but something to start that ball rolling? Any?
In my professional opinion, we cannot tell anyone what they need or what they want. Who are we to say that? How do we know? And then a question we have to ask ourselves when we're feeling that is, are my own wounds being mirrored back at me?
Yeah.
How did this is how I feel about that. I feel that person needs this support. How do you know? That kind of, that's one end of it.
Yeah,
and then on the of the spectrum, it's approaching that when in your heart of hearts, when it's so plain as the nose on your face, they just can't see it. It's having those open and honest conversations. I remember doing this, done suicide prevention training, how to speak to someone, about these things from a job. And I think that actually it applies to everything. I was able to apply it, to this as well, as having that open and honest conversation and just asking the question that no one else will ask, instead of pussyfooting around it. Is there a way that I can support you? Is there something you're struggling with? Instead of just asking, are you okay? Are you fine? Those questions where people can just say, oh yeah, I'm good, thanks. Have that where they need to respond, how can I support you through this? What is going on with you? Just being really, really open and just straight out. I'm a very upfront, honest person. If you've come to me, then I know obviously you want help. And if you're on my share or on my Zoom call, then and any of my clients might watch this back will laugh because it's true. I'm just very straight shooting. Right, come on, Jessica. Is that real though? Come on, talk about that one page. Are we going to go deeper? Is that real? What's happening here? What do you need from this? How can I support you in this?
Yeah.
How are we going to get you past this? Because pussyfooting around this is not going to help you heal. The only way around it, or the only way, out of it is through it. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
So you got to sometimes just ask the tough questions.
Yeah.
What is going on with you? How are you feeling? How can I support you through this? Because there's something going on here. But the thing is, as well, people walking around not knowing that they've been through a trauma because it doesn't exactly show up in your mind as, hey, hello, it's me, your trauma.
Yeah.
Just, ruin your life. It's things like anxiety, depression, mental health issues, eating disorders, emotional eating, sexual issues, relationship issues, trust issues, anger, things like procrastination, perfectionism, imposter syndrome, micromanaging, having an inner critic, things that you've been through that you thought you've let go of, because time's a healer. Time isn't a healer. All that does is give it time to sink into your subconscious mind and eat away at you from within, and you're wondering why 5, 10, 15 years later you're still struggling to get out of bed or you're riddled with anxiety. You got to go back forward. There's a trauma there. As I say, it could be something as simple as a mother wound where your mother was very critical of you growing up, and that has affected how you see yourself. Or, your relationship that you've seen your parents go through traumatized you. You could be a child of divorce, domestic violence, alcoholism, 3 out of 3 here.
Yeah.
Hope up for that, going through relationships right through to my early 30s where I met my partner, my life person, my relationships were an absolute disaster. But that's where my trauma mostly came from. It's not the fact that I was right there, in the trauma, but I was directly impacted by that, watching what my parents went through and growing up thinking, well, this is just how love is. This is how relationships are. And when I had that transformational therapy as a client, going back to that memory of sitting outside our house and thinking as an 8-year-old child, well, if that's love, I don't want it.
Yeah.
I'm going through my whole life just trying to find love. So, you can see the polarities of my conscious mind, logical adult Kira, wanting to find love and be loved and give love, and that inner child who was not healed, saying, no, you don't want to go to the road. So that's what we're dealing with. It's like a civil war inside our mind and body. It's crazy how it affects our relationships.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to tell you, ultimately, you're always going to be stuck in the same loop, operating from a core wound and just calling it a personality trait or accepting your lot.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, as you're right, it is incredible what we can do, and what kind of affects us without it. And I love the fact, like what you said about having, being able to be able to phrase those questions in a different way, in a different, in when I talk about coaching and things like that, we're taught to ask, not if you do something, but how often you do something. Not ask someone, do you masturbate? Go, how many times do you masturbate a week? Because it makes it feel okay to answer that question, because I've normalized it by not saying, oh, do you? Is it a yes or no? But isn't it? It's about rephrasing that question. Can be such a powerful difference, like when we're talking.
Yeah. Definitely, it can make such a difference, and it can open that gateway for someone to say, you know what, I'm really struggling with that actually.
Yeah.
I find that most of the time, these trauma symptoms aren't even a problem in your life. You're floating along. That's great. You're not even affected as such, because you're not trying to grow in any way. You're not trying to jump out of your comfort zone. You're sliding along, gliding along. That's grand. And say you do get into a relationship that's safe and you start to feel safe. It's only when you're in that safety and out of that danger zone that your trauma symptoms might actually start to flare up and kick in. Like all of a sudden, there's calm, there's safety, there's connection, and that vulnerable part of you that doesn't realize that vulnerability is beautiful, yet they still see it as danger. Is like, oh, hold on, So before you know it, it is affecting your sex life. It is affecting, your relationship with your own body physically, And so it's having those conversations of, are you struggling with this? They can say, well, you know what, I really actually am, because, and that's where you can bring that awareness out.
Yeah. Incredible. Well, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for finishing off my evening with a chat. I think this is a really important topic, and I would love to explore more with you. Obviously into the future and doing rest of things, which would be amazing. Well, obviously, where can we find you? Have you got anything going on at the moment where what coaching is and things like that? Your coaching or therapy?
Find me at www.redesignyourvibe.co.uk. You'll see everything I do on there. You can also find me on Instagram at redesignyourvibe. We're going through a wee bit of a rebrand at Redesign Your Vibe at the moment. As you say, we met on a course that's totally shaken up our businesses. So having a bit of a rebrand. So all of my posts have been taken off. So when you go over there, you're going to see 5 posts. So bear with me, come follow me anyway. There's a lot of IGTVs on there, talking about these kinds of things, and there is a lot more coming up. So we will be launching the membership again soon, the Authentic Soul Sisterhood, helping people to, as I say, completely thrive and powerfully transform their lives after trauma. It's not open just yet, but we'll be opening soon. We're currently closed. We do have members in there. So you can find me there and keep up to date that way. That's it at the minute. With our relaunch, we've not much going on. So
the way, as I say, like we've gone into these courses and realized, I think I did the same. I've gone into it and kind of gone, I thought I kind of niched myself into this space and realized it really wasn't enough. And I even told myself that I was being quite vulnerable, and I realized actually there's still more there that needs to be shared to actually kind of really get that connection across. So which is amazing work, and it's all a progress work, right? We're going to get there, but bit by bit. So thank you for that. I will put some messages out and posts so that we can share obviously what's going on, and I will see you next week. On Tuesday next week. Otherwise, have a great rest of the evening. Thank you so much for your time, and I will see you later.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Oh, right, cool. Thank you, everyone. We are well, we're at the end. I've overrun a little bit, but it doesn't matter because we're at the end now. And thank you so much for anyone and everyone watching and everyone taking part. I'm really, really grateful for all the time that my experts and my speakers have come out to spend and chat with me. Of course, you contact me if you have any questions for me particularly, or if you've got any questions for any of my guests, which I'll pass on so that we can answer them, of course. And if you're interested in having a bit of a look at my membership and what I'm up to, then please do shout, DM me, have a look at my website, all those kind of things. I'm always up as well. I'm going to put some more details of what's been going on over the last 5 hours on my social media over the next couple of days. So thank you very much. I am going to love you and leave you to go and deal with my my grumbly tummy, and see you all soon. Thank you. Bye.